Robert Lonis. Love the intro.
Check it, motherfucker, shit. Can y'all hear me? Oh no, that's actually pointing to the intro now. I don't care. Like most things, got a little bit. a little bit. Maybe we just use the audio off the camera. Can I do that? Let's try that. So we got, let me mute this.
Robert Lonies. Is that your band? If you can hear me or not. That means about 2 minutes. So, let me see what's going on. Yeah. I was hoping to turn up the camera audio off of this camera, off this main camera, but it does not appear to be working correctly. Let me open the door. Get on here and grab my ass and what the hell is that? My life is gone, my eyes are closed, my mind is playing all the penitentiary. So 5 seconds. 5 seconds started soon. We'll be back over to main camera. Yes, it is. Well, it's an old one. That band is yeah, that was a band called Signs of Decay. I'm going to transition this to a add that. Okay, can you hear me now? Please say so. Please blink twice if you can hear me now. I'm gonna switch this camera real quick. Oh yeah, I want smoky too. We got smoke cam going on tonight. I used some wood. I should have known better. The wood I used is
Iron Weaver.
hello,
Yep.
Smoky. Yes, and you
Robert
can hear me.
Loney's.
Yes, it's
Yes.
Smoky. She's calling you. I think she might have said Iron Weaver this time. Whoa, hang on. Say something again, Paul. And I've got a lot of dead lights in the shop now, I've noticed. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Man.
Iron Weaver.
She
Woot.
said Iron Weaver! Holy shit! Somebody gave her a language upgrade. All right. Yeah, so like a dummy, I just went out and grabbed a couple of branches and threw them in this fire. And this is a coke. This is 95% coke. I don't know that there's much coal in this at all.
Iron Weaver.
And
Hell yes.
woo, it smoked it up. It smoked it up. All right, so I don't think I need the OBS screen up anymore. I can move it over to, I can hear, but if I'm not paying attention and I don't hear it, I want to have the chat up so I can see it. The only problem with that, I guess, is I don't know which camera I'm on unless I have OBS up. Oh, man. That's an easy fix, but it's not something I was expecting right away. Welcome to my smoky shop. I've got a fire. I really should have started this fire probably an hour ago, so to avoid this. But I intentionally decided to use coke tonight so I wouldn't have a smoky mess to deal with. But here we are. So one of the things that, so this is something I don't like about this setup already, right? So I'm looking at this stuff, but I should be looking over here because this is where the camera is. I would like to have a camera here kind of at eye level, and I might just do that. It won't be a great camera, but it'll be like the chat cam, right? So like when I'm chatting, I can just come over here, hit the button, and we got chat cam. But there it is. So smoky room, not intentional. I'm running coke. I'm running coke. If you can hear it popping or not, I don't know. I couldn't find my quote unquote room mic. I don't know what I did with it. I might have taken it inside to change the batteries and forgot to bring it back in. I don't know. I couldn't find it. I almost guarantee it's in the house, so I don't necessarily think it's needed, but I like having that extra mic so you can hear the ambient noises of the shop. That's just me, but hey, baby steps, right? We've taken a couple of giant leaps in terms of how I've got things set up now. I can't really show you. I was doing it on Instagram, though. I was showing people on Instagram how this was kind of all set up. Let me close this cabinet up. But essentially, I've got a big computer cabinet right here, and it's got everything I need in it, and it's greatly, I still need to clean up the cable that's laying about, but it's greatly reduced the amount of chaos that used to be the streaming setup. It used to have this giant like spool of cable and wires and everything all just strung out, and then like these two shitty little stands, which I might repurpose it for something else or take it down into the basement. But if it's going to give it back, maybe give it back. Hey, give it back. All right, there we go. So I got this thing. Wow, it is really smoky in here based off the camera. So all my stuff used to sit on this. Well, not all of it. I had this and a little music stand. And it was on this and then a music stand. And then underneath was this giant, massive mess of cable. That's all consolidated into this cabinet now, for the most part, except for the external cables that are running into the cabinet. That, obviously, I can't really do much about that on my budget. They do have wireless HDMI and SDMI or SDI connectors, but those are thousands of dollars. Rob has hundreds of dollars. $100. Rob has $100. So anyways, there is a Rural Smiths of Mid-America group in Indiana. I don't know, I would assume that they exceed the boundaries of Indiana, but I do not know that. It's just a separate group, not too dissimilar from the Indiana Blacksmith Association. They really focus on traditional work, so no electric welding, as far as I understand. I believe that's their definition of that. I don't fully know that, so I apologize for being completely ignorant to that. But I believe that's the crux of it all, right? Anyways, they're having their meet at Kurt Fehrenbach's shop this weekend, and when they do a meeting, I guess, I've only been to like 3 of their meetups, but when they do those meetings, they have a trade item. So everybody's supposed to make a trade item, and then when you get there, you trade the item with people. I don't know how that specifically works, but you trade, and like, so you make something, and Paul makes something, and Paul and I will trade, and Paul will have mine, and I'll have his. Something like that. But the trade item, this particular run, this month, this meeting, is a corkscrew. And I'll show you where I got with this. I did this, I did this one.
Robert Loney's. Looks like you're in a forest fire.
Right? I know. It feels like I am too. I've got the window or the doors open too, and it's just lingering in here. And I am not starting a fan, so I think it's just a dead night, not a whole lot of wind. So I don't know how well, because I can't see the monitor right. Well, I could flip this around, I guess. I think this works right now. Yeah. So I made a shack-sized corkscrew. And actually, this one, it would not have survived anyways, because I threw it and it broke. And so 2 things with this one. I thought in my brain, I thought it made sense to draw this thing out really long before I did this. And yeah, that was a pain in the ass to get that through there. But it's shack-sized. It's shack-sized, right? It's monstrous. It does not need to be that big. I didn't watch the video. I just kind of like looked at a quick picture and didn't really put 2 and 2 together. So last night I did this one. This is more appropriately sized. As you can see, it actually fits the hand a lot better. I hadn't worked on this end yet, and I'll show you why here in a second. But it was going reasonably well. I was happy with it. This used to be I wouldn't say 8, I would say close to almost 7 inches, no, 6 inches long. This was almost 6 inches long. It would have gotten to about 8, and I was expecting to have to cut some off anyways, and there might be enough here to salvage this, but I burnt this off on accident, literally 2 seconds in the forge in a hot spot, and when I pulled it back out, it was missing a good 3 inches of what was there or so. They're still pretty beefy at the base, so I might be able to salvage it, but my first thought was, well, just make another one, right? But I was going to forge this end down to more match that. Obviously, it's not going to match that exactly, but you know, forge that end down. God damn, you can't. I can't. There we go. I'll put it on anvil cam. Be a lot easier. This sucks. So, and then I can see what I'm, you know, showing you, but it seems a little. Anyways, there's that, and then I can move it in. Boom. It's not going to autofocus though. So, but that's where that was. This was more appropriately sized, but I could probably draw that out more.
Robert Loney's. Bummer.
I could probably draw this out a little bit more. I can get to all the way up to here on it and save myself some time, but I'm not going to do that right now. That's like a last ditch effort. That's what that's going to be. But I mean, it's not. I don't know. What the hell was that? It sounded like somebody was pulling up here. Man, I'm amazed at the smoke right now. So anyways, last ditch effort. I'm not going to start with this, by the way. This is going to be kind of a later thing. Bummer, yeah, a little bit, maybe. Live and learn. I've never made anything like that. Let me switch cameras again. So I've never made anything quite like that before. And I don't typically work smaller stock like that. That's just usually not something I do. So because of that, I don't have a lot of tongs for smaller stock. I don't have a lot of tongs for smaller stock. And I had discovered I could use flat bit tongs okay, but it was, when you're working material that small, time is of the essence, right? So, anytime you have to fiddle fart around with something, it's costing you, a heat essentially. So it was getting a little frustrating, trying to hold on to it. So, and there's nothing I could do something. I could make some tongs, but that's outside of the scope of this particular project. But has told me, hey Rob, you might want to consider making some tongs for much smaller stuff. There are projects that are that are doable under 3/8 of an inch. So, and then my 3/8 really don't hold 3/8 very well. I got one pair of V-bit tongs I think I got from Kurt, and then I got a really tiny pair of bolt jaw tongs from Bill Corey. These were actually pretty useful, but they a variety of tongs would be much better than what I was going through. So, I was like, I was trying it all up here. I have like 4 pair of tongs up here. I'm blown away by. I'm going to turn this fan on. I'm going to turn this fan on. This is killing me. It's amazing how much smoke has accumulated in here. For a guy using Coke, like what the hell? This is a terrible advertisement for Coke.
Robert Loney's. Bill makes some good tongs.
So yeah. Let's see if that helps. Generate some kind of movement. Maybe if I open the door a little bit more. I was really trying to preserve what little warmth was in here. It's not that cold though. But it's going to get cooler, and I was trying to hang on to what warmth I had. Yesterday, when I was out here, it got to a point where I was actually down to a t-shirt. So, Bill makes some good tongs. Yeah, he does. My fan has apparently been running a while. obviously, because I can hear it slowly kind of ramping up on its RPMs. So it's kind of like working its way free. It's kind of funny, actually. It's like me in the morning. But yeah, anyways, 15-ish minutes in, I haven't done a damn thing but run my mouth.
Edward Braziel Blacksmith. Hey Rob. From Ed and Brian.
Hey Ed, hey Brian, how y'all doing? We'll have to get those guys on a video one day. Even if it's just like you know what? Derek Melton needs to have you guys on his podcast. So for those that don't know, Ed and Brian are essentially, I would call them my mentors. I don't do everything like they tell me I should because I'm an idiot most of the time. But I mean, a lot of everything, pretty much everything I know, I've learned from them. There's been some things outside of that witnessed and thought I knew and tried and then realized I didn't know what I was doing. There's been a lot of that in my life. This is a tiny, let me switch the camera real quick. This is a tiny little punch I had to make for this damn project because I didn't have anything this small. It is a 3/8 inch slot punch, and I made it as thin as I possibly thought I could.
Iron Weaver. Hello Ed and Brian.
And in looking at it, I can already see it's kind of got a slope to it. And I don't know if, let's see. I know I hardened this, but I don't know if I have a file that can work on this. I don't want to use a grinder on it. It's so thin that a grinder, yeah, that's cutting all right. But a grinder, I can slow
Edward
it down.
Braziel Blacksmith.
Man, it just takes
Hello
it down
Iron
so
Weaver.
So Iron Weaver Ed is Paul Kennedy. In case you were wondering. That is Paul. And I don't want to really, not a stupid live stream with you texting and me chatting, talking. I don't necessarily think it's the best form of communication. We can talk tomorrow or something, but we are heading, I don't know what your plans are, but we're going to be heading down to Robert, I think Wednesday night, and we should be there Thursday afternoon. Oh. And then we're going to go to the Bangin' on the Bayou thing, I think on Saturday. Sorry, I guess I should have switched cameras. I just filed, when I was looking at this, it had a slope on it. So I just tried to get it back to flat. Personally, I don't care for flat slot punches, but this damn thing is so thin. I don't have the skill set on a grinder to really put the bevel that I would normally have on my normal slot punches. But I think that this thing is so thin that I hate to say that it wouldn't make a difference, but I think the difference is going to be marginal at best at that point. I mean, this thing is like stupid thin. I'm honestly surprised I didn't bend it. But I needed something, and this used to be more of a, I think, was it half inch? It was slightly under half. This was a slightly under half-inch slot punch, and I just reground it and reforged it.
Robert Loney's. Are you making it out to the bar run gathering this April, Rob?
And then reground it. So, are you going to make it to bar run gathering this April? So, yes. I don't want to say yes. Possibly.
Is the goal right now is to make it out to Troy's place, and if I do that, I will be taking a full station with me, and I'll set up. I say I'll set up. I don't know if Paul will go or not, or somebody else, but I'll set up a full station, and we can do a variety of tools to make tools, be it hammers. If we're going to make a hammer and you show up with a 3-inch billet, I'm going to go tell you to kick rocks. I'm not doing that again. Not with beginners. I'm not doing that again. That was brutal. So I'm on limit. 2-inch billets preferred. Even 2.5 with a beginning striker is, or just a beginner in general, can be, that's a lot of material to move. And then the other thing I've noticed is the guys will bring me really short billets. Please, for the love of gods, whatever God you pray to, please, at least 4 inches long, right? I would prefer them to be like 4 1/4, 4.5, but I can make 4 inches work. You
Robert
show up with
Loney's.
a 2.5-inch billet.
That sounds awesome.
Nah. I get that over at Coal Iron Works. Those dudes will walk up to me. I'll have like a 2-inch round or a 2-inch square block that's like 2.5 or 3 inches long, and I'm like, what am I supposed to do with that? And they're like, oh, let's make a hammer. I'm like, no, I'm not. That's not. Dude, my fuller is bigger than that. I could make tools to work with stuff that small. I just don't want to. So let's get this party started. This is a piece of sucker rod. This is actually the offcut bar from what I had done the
Iron
other
Weaver.
corkscrew thing with.
So what's the main project for tonight?
Well, the first thing I want to do is square this up. So I'm heavily debating on that damn corkscrew. It's kind of funny. The other day, Ed and Brian, the other day somebody, when this whole corkscrew thing came up, there's the Mark Asbury version. Where's my Shack? I got the Shack version of that. Here we go. I'll show you the Shack version. Go to this camera. So here's the Shackalicious version. Right? I looked at the video. I didn't actually watch the video, and I didn't realize until I started working on it, and then I was like, this seems really big. Maybe I ought to watch that video. There were a couple of other things where I was like, maybe I ought to watch that video. I'm happy with the overall work that was done. There's some cleanup that needed to be done, but I was going to wait until I got the corkscrew part done, but then I started to realize it was too big. So I did that one, and then I did, what did I do with it? Is it my pocket? It's not in my pocket. Anyways, I did a smaller version of that, more appropriately sized. And then I proceeded to burn the damn screw off. But in the process of that project, here it is, in the process of doing this, in the process of working on this one, I was like, oh, what would Brian Brazil do? And my first thought was, not this. So I came up with a couple of kooky ideas. One I actually tried to implement. That kooky idea was that was not a what would Brian do. That was what was the crazy idea Rob had. And Rob's idea was, where is it? There's a piece of it laying around here somewhere. Anyways, what I had done, what I had thought to do, oh, you know what? Let me turn my fire up. It helps to turn the fire up if you want it to get hot. Do I have a piece? This will work. This will work. Oh, well, no, actually, this will work. So imagine this this is a rough forging, and then it had problems going down the shank that I decided to abandon. I felt like it wasn't worth the effort.
a big old piece of crusty, musty something in there. Let me see if I can get that, like some big, I think it's clinker or scale buildup in there. Anyways, what I had done is I'd punched the hole and then I drifted it open to almost 1/2 inch. And then I thought, if I could sandwich the corkscrew in here and rivet it in there, and the piece I was using was mild, then I was like, oh, then I could take a piece of coil spring and essentially rivet it into here, and then that would work pretty well. And then I chiseled like a star pattern on here, not this one obviously, but I had chiseled a star pattern on there, so when I riveted it down, it would upset down into that too, to keep it from potentially turning, which is essentially what I did for the Hardy stem on this guillotine tool. Before I welded it onto the plate, I did the same thing here, and it's worked pretty well. It doesn't move, and that worked pretty well. The problem was, so when you have a Hardy stem with a tenon, right, you've got a shoulder, a backing shoulder. So when you upset the tenon, you've got something. So I was essentially making a spiked rivet, is essentially what I was doing. And I was upsetting it and pushing it down. But what I had found was, and I should have done it on the induction forge, honestly, but what I had found was the shoulder was really thin, and I didn't have a good way of cooling things off to control that. All of my water buckets right now are really low. I need to go fill them up. But
Live
all the
hostile.
excuses.
Chia P viewers on streambo.com.
Oh, hey.
Remove the space
Somebody I can
at
ban.
79KIX6CK.
So anyways, that's what happened with that. I came to the realization that what I was doing, it was too thin. It wasn't going to work. I could probably make a tool that would allow me to do that, and then go from there. It wouldn't have been as hard. Like I said, had I used the induction forge, that would have been stupid easy to do. I was just being lazy. And being lazy has cost me on multiple occasions. Hey, look, I don't know how's it looking on the camera. The smoke is slowly clearing out. It's still a little fuzzy on the camera though. I'll just make it look like it's cigar smoke. Yeah, so moral to this story, don't go out and grab some wet branches that have been snow covered for the last 2 weeks and then rained on for the last couple of days here off and on. It just generated a lot of smoke.
Robert Loney's. Looks fine.
All right, let me throw a little bit of coal or coke up here. I'm gonna turn this fire up a little bit. And then I'll turn this up a hair. Get my hammer out. Actually, I'm going to get my hammer out, but not that one. I want my big hammer. Well, I don't know where it is right now. I was using it last night. I don't know. Oh. That's not the hammer, but that's the Gatorade I was looking for earlier. All right. Got a big piece of rag there. really need to redress the edges up here. They're not.
Iron Weaver. Anvil Cam.
They're anvil cam, yeah. These, actually, I'll show you on the anvil cam. The edges on this, when I did them originally, when I dressed this anvil, I did it way up here, and I really should have dressed it more radius here. So it's here. That's technically the horn, in my opinion, because it's no longer supported. I should have done it more here. Nothing an angle grinder can't fix. That's sucker rod, by the way. I think it's 5/8. What the hell? I have a bigger hammer, and I would prefer to use a bigger hammer breaking that down. But I don't know what I did with it. I just don't know. It's around here somewhere. I was using it, and I thought I was using it at the vise, but it's not over here. I don't think I came out to, I'm getting so old, I don't even know what the hell I did today. It's whatever. So, I'm gonna, yeah, that'll force down. I'm using a 3.5 pound hammer right now. And for what I'm doing, I would actually prefer 5.5 pounder.
BC 65925 Bill Corey. Glad I'm not that old.
You will be. You will be. So, I'm gonna smoke down real quick. You will be. Are we on anvil cam? We are. All right. Now, I know in the video, I think Mark called out
Edward P. Braziel.
3/8
Hey man,
square
good to
bar.
see you using that anvil.
What? I always use this anvil. It's one of my favorites, to be honest. The only thing I don't like about this particular one, and these were mistakes being made, it's not straight though. There we go. So the only thing I don't like about this particular one, oh no, my cigar just fell down. 5-second rule. We used a hammer eye punch to punch this hole. It was too big, and this hole is kind of rounded. So it's also not quite 1 inch because of that as well. It's close. And I don't care for this horn. I think the horn's a little too long. I've got another one somewhere around here that's ready to be quote unquote finished. And that one, I like its horn a lot better. And that was one of the ones we did, my very first hammer in here a couple of years ago. We stayed up late at night, and like 4 or 5 of us got to work on that. Paul got stuck driving on those, having Jot, yelling about unicorn rolling. So it was me, Paul, Jot, Zach Rapatoni. I think it was the 4 of us that did at least the primary work on those anvils. Brian would have gotten a good laugh out of what we were doing. I'm just glad that John hadn't been drinking, because he probably would have been yelling at all of us. It was fun. But no, I mean, I like this anvil. The only thing, like I was saying earlier, I really needed to pull this radius back more, because I find myself trying to forge over here because I'm not used to doing this, but this is where the biggest radius is. So I need to, instead of just, I should have just done it today, but there are other things to do. Other things to do. So there went a perfectly good bend over. The smoke is clearing. The smoke is clearing. So anyways, like I was saying, Mark, I believe in that video I saw, was using 3/8 4140. I do not have 3/8 4140 square stock. I don't even have 3/8 4140 round stock. What I do have is 5/8 sucker rod, which is essentially 4140. So I do have 5/8 sucker rod, and I have, hey Paul, that reminds me, I have a 1/2 inch, it's more towards 5/8, it's like in between 1/2 and 5/8, I think, coil spring. But I can't for the life of me figure out where it went. And I had like 6 bars of it. I don't know where it went. There, now we're getting hot. Now we're getting hot. It wasn't getting hot a second ago. And then, I just saw something. And then, so like I was saying, he was using 3/8, 4140. I'm not going to take this down to that right out of the gate. I'm going to leave mine a little bit bigger. Crutch. But
Iron Weaver. They were outside.
Outside? Oh, I didn't even look outside. Okay. I was looking in here for it. Oh, it's just not getting that hot. What's going on? I'm gonna anvil cam, I know. I really wish I had it on anvil cam for that, because that was good stuff. That was good stuff, man. Good stuff. I'll switch next time. So, I had a chuckle earlier because Paul and I had found this die with a power hammer, so we decided to test it out. Clearly,
Iron Weaver.
there's some
Think they were
freeform
on
that
the
needed
forge
to happen
table
to the
and may
billet
have moved them to the
that we were
rack.
not aware of because, yeah, no. On the forge table, may have moved them to the rack. Okay, well, I'll check tomorrow. There we go. Anvil cam. Boop. Here we go.
Jeff Killian. Evening everyone.
A little too much
Edward
on that
P.
end.
Brazial.
Kept kicking out on me.
Edward P. Brazial is me, Brian.
All right.
Robert
That's all
Loney's.
about the same. Got a little twist in
Hey
it, though.
Jeff.
Edward P. Brazil is me. Ryan. Right on. Oh, so Brian's in control of the phone now, huh? Uh-oh. I'm in trouble now. So, my poor form aside,
Robert Loney's. Hello Brian.
my poor form aside, this could be a valuable educational moment. And maybe, well, let me get this hot and straightened up. So one of the things I was doing, I want this material to be essentially the same dimension throughout. So a bar, right? Not a taper, I want it to be a bar. And as I was working it, I realized that there is a much more precise way of getting there than what I was doing, because my eyeballs, my ichrometers need to be calibrated. So what I was doing, I'm going to straighten this up. We're still on emerald cans, good. So I'm just straightening this up. Now you can see it, right? This end is bigger than this end. However, if I come over here, now that's still going to be big. It's kind of too big. If I had a bigger hammer, it probably wouldn't be a problem. But it's kind of too big to bring it down. But if you see, now this material here through here is pretty much the same. Now I can feed it in this way and catch this side next. I don't think I need to. I think that's going to be close to what I need. Let me check. Let me measure. Oh, measuring. So that is, there to there, that's 5 inches almost. That's probably close. I'll just true up this end. And what I'll do is I'm going to true it up. I'm going to size this part probably up to about here, just to make sure it's all the same. So from here back.
Derek stuff.
Back.
How long have you been smithying?
I will make this essentially the same. And then I'm going to leave this a little bit more proud just for the punch and whatnot. How long have I been smithing? Since 2019? 2019. So what is that now? A few years, 6 years? Is that 6 now? Jesus. Whew. So, 6 years in and I still suck. Let that be a lesson to you boys and girls. I'm one of those, I know more than I can do sometimes. Like the understanding to a degree, not all the way, the understanding to a degree is up here. It's taking it from here to putting it here. I would say in some regards, there's some of these things.
Brian Braziel Blacksmith.
Decent at.
Ed fixed it for me. Hey Robert.
Fine. So, like up here, I understand sometimes what I'm supposed to do. Down here, my hands are like, hey, well, we're not going to do that. Hey, chill out, buddy. The fire's telling me I'm talking too much. But it's really more practice, right? The more you do, the better you get. Brought that out nice and cold. So I'm going to continue to break this end down a little bit. Hey, you can't see what I'm doing. I need a cameraman, damn it. So, here we go. So why does this work?
Derek's stuff. Brian Braziel.
So why does this work? This works because I'm not doing full half on, half off blows. It's more like 3/4 on, 1/4 off. Probably watched the video and it's not anywhere near that, but the reason this works is I'm increasing the surface area of contact of my hammer. I'm using the flat face, which just automatically does that. But I'm also, by doing 3/4 on, 1/4 off, I'm essentially using this back side of the material as a kiss block. So it would take a lot of power to bring this down and forge down something that was bigger here and forge this down at the same time. A bigger hammer you could definitely do that with. But
Brian
I'm pretty comfortable
Braziel
with
Blacksmith.
this, so I know what I can do
Hey
with this.
Derek.
But anyways, as you can see, this from about here to here is about the same size. It's not perfect, but it's close enough. I ain't sending nobody to the moon. I'm just gonna clean it up now. So, Derek, you asked how long? 2019. I actually started with online YouTubing stuff, and then I took a class with the Essential Craftsman online class. He used to have a class thing or whatever, and I did that. I did probably 90% of the projects in there, and it was a good starter stuff. What was really cool about his curriculum was each thing, for the most part, led to the next thing that he did. So that gave me a good understanding of traditional forging styles, if you want to call them that, the way most people probably approach it. And then Brian probably doesn't remember this, but Brian did a hammer class in Goshen, Ohio.
Brian Braziel Blacksmith.
And
Good explanation, Rob.
I walked up to the class. It was like a Thursday. I walked up. The class was going to start on Saturday, I think. Yeah, well, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So, but I walked up on a Thursday, and Brian was working on a pair of tongs, and he was drawing the material out. And I watched him take that in one heat. It went from here to here, and I was like, "What the hell did I just see?" And that from that point forward, I was like, "I don't know what this dude's doing,
Derek's
but I want to know how to do it."
EC is super great.
So I proceeded to spend a lot of time with Brian and Ed. When COVID happened, they kind of sequestered themselves up in Goshen, and I made it a point that every Thursday through Sunday, for the most part during that entire time, I went up to Goshen. So I'm looking, can you guys see what I'm doing? Yeah, you can see it. So all I'm doing is I'm just taking down the edges, right? And I'm trying to keep them fairly even. This is one of those things where I don't need to do this because I'm not using this for this. I'm not in this size. This is going to get reforged. It's just practice. That's the way I look at it, right? Anytime you hit your diagonals, you really should hit your flats again because it's going to pucker your flats a little bit. Might not be noticeable. That might be a desired result that you want. I do not in this particular case. And I try to forge all four sides equally as best I can. I'm not always the greatest about that, but I do what I can.
Tim Yoder.
So this
Hi, I live close
right
to
here,
Goshen.
This section right here is, well, I think I want 4.5, so I'm going to bring this up a little bit more. So I'll do the reverse barring up on the other side, and I'll show you that. You live close to Goshen, Ohio, or Goshen, Indiana? Goshen, wherever else. There's a lot of them, apparently. Goshen, Ohio. So I took that class out there, hung out with those guys. They did the pandemic thing there. I don't know, how long was that? Was that 4 or 6 months, somewhere in there? It's a long time, it seemed like. But I made it a point to go out there and try to help out wherever I could. I mean, I didn't know shit for shit. I was essentially a glorified gopher. But in that time, I watched and paid attention.
Tim
I learned
Yoder.
quite a bit.
Indiana.
I learned quite a bit from Brian and Ed. And then after that, they went home. And shortly after that, Brian offered some classes out at his place. And I took a 4 or 5, I think it was 4 days. I took a 4-day class with those guys and drove out to Oklahoma to do that. And learned quite a bit there. And then subsequent, every couple of months, Brian would either do a class or host a class. Brian and Ed would do a class in Goshen, Ohio. And I would go out and take those classes or help with those classes and learn with those guys at that time. Spent a lot of time with Brian. We did a couple of quad states together. I think on my podcast with Derek Melton, I pointed out that Brian's a lot of fun at quad state, but you also got to keep an eye on him. And as soon as he turns his back and you want to break, that's when you run. Because otherwise, he will keep you busy. So, we're on Amble Cam. Now I'm going to feed this in. It's heavier back here than here, right? So I'm going to start feeding this in here. And you can see that lump coming around, right? I hope you can. All right, so I'm going to ease that back a little bit now.
Derek
I want
stuff.
that back end to be a little fatter.
Do you prefer coal or gas?
You can see there's hammer marks in there. Like I said, this is all going to get reforged, so I'm not that worried about it right now. All right, one time with Brian, he caught me doing this kind of stuff, but way, way, way earlier as I was working on it. Like I would get it all lumpy. Like I would be taking this bar down to this, but every time I did it, I would clean these up, and he was like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm cleaning up the forging." And he's like, "Why are you doing that? You're just going to put it all lumpy bumpy again, aren't you?" And I was like, "Yeah. Why waste your time?" Good point. I'm doing it mostly for practice right now. I haven't really gotten a chance to forge much this winter because it's been so damn cold and I'm a giant pussy. I can admit this about myself. I grew up in Texas. I'm not used to this shit. Do I prefer coal or gas? I prefer coal. And then after coal, I prefer induction, then gas. That caveat, however, it depends on what I'm doing, right? Now, I don't do this type of work typically that I'm about to mention, but if I were to do a production run of tongs or production run of anything, like if I was going to make more than one of the things that I was doing, I would likely go to gas for that process. So if I were going to make 4 pairs of tongs that day, I would use a gas forge more than likely, paired with the induction forge. I can tell you right now, I almost never come out here and not use my induction forge. That thing is a game changer, man. It is a game changer. I mean, once you have one in your shop and you use it, you're like, whoa. Ask Ed, he was here and he used it and he giggled the whole time he used it. All right, almost burnt that up. So I'm just clean. Now I'm gonna come over here and I'm just gonna put in a transition right about there, just so I know. Actually, hey, look, I'm forging on the horn. But I want a nice, clean transition here. And you can do this over the edge or the horn. I find it a little easier to do this particular process on the horn. I don't use the horn for much forging, but when I do, it's something like this. I would normally use my guillotine tool for this, but I can't find I didn't look today. I would normally use my guillotine tool with some fullering dies to do this, but I couldn't find them yesterday, and I didn't really feel like looking for them today. So that's all I'm doing there. So I'm just putting that little transition in there, right? And then this will get forged around to go with that. And then I'm leaving this little chunk right here, mostly fat. I'm gonna clean it up before I go to punch it, but I wanna try to leave that a little fatter than the rest. That's because I've struggled with punching that really smaller stuff with the punches I have. Like I said, I don't typically work on material this small, and I've discovered that's been an issue for me. So I'm going to start trying to introduce a little bit more smaller material projects into my forgings this year. Just because I
Edward
realize that's a
Braziel
weakness of
Blacksmith.
mine.
I hope to get an induction forge soon. I do
Yeah,
like that
yeah.
instant heat.
The instant heat is sweet. And not just the instant, like literally, we could put a 1.5 inch round bar in that forge, or in the induction forge, and burn it within 45 seconds. That withstanding, the other awesome thing is you can get yourself a heat, like that. You can isolate that small of a heat. Can you do that in a coal forge? Yes. Can you do that in a gas forge? Not really. Kind of, but not really. It's a little more difficult. I'm not to say it can't be done, but you got to do things like quench the bar off and stuff like that, which can be potentially problematic, right? If you're working on a piece of, let's say you're making tongs out of coil spring, and there's something with the boss that you need to adjust, but you got to put it in the gas forge. You should not take that piece of material out and quench those tong handles off, because there's not enough mass to keep the heat going through them, and you're likely to break those rings. Ask me how I know. I've done it. So all I want to do is clean this spot right here up. I don't want to put a bunch of marks back here, because I'm going to use that too. So now I'm just going to take this corner off. And again, anytime I hit the diagonals, I want to hit the flats again, just to relieve, take out that pucker.
Bar Run Forge. Howdy, howdy, howdy.
That could be something you like. I've seen some forgings that leave things like that in there. It's more exaggerated than what you would see here, and it's just fine. But for what I'm doing, it doesn't make sense to keep that. So the next thing I need to do at this heat is, I'm not there yet. This still needs to be worked on. But at this heat, since I still have some heat here, I'm going to push this up a little further. Oh man, the lighting in here for this kind of work. All right.
Bar Run Forge. Hey
Troy.
Ed.
So that's centered-ish, but it's not. There we go. That's a lot better. So I'm just putting a good mark in there. It's not perfectly straight. I think I can fix that though. It would have been better to not do that, but it is what it is.
Edward Braziel Blacksmith. Hi Try and Eli.
It's off to this side a little bit on the bottom, which is going to cause a funky looking hole, which I don't want. But, beggars can't be choosers. If you want it perfect, make it perfect. Obviously, I did not want it perfect. Otherwise, I would have made it perfect, right?
Iron Weaver. Have to get going. Good luck. Have a great evening, everyone.
Have to get going? Like you're
Edward
going
Braziel
somewhere.
Blacksmith.
Get out of here, Paul.
Hi Troy
We'll
and
see you,
Eli.
man. So, that is, in a nutshell, all I'm going to do with that right now. There's no need to punch that hole yet. The forgings that I need to do with the rest of that bar, if I were to punch and drift that hole, would likely distort that hole. So there's no need for me to go any further. I just marked it. There's things you can do to help alleviate that. You can leave your drift in the hole. But even then, depending on how hard you're forging, even then it could still distort that hole a little bit. And it's going to make it bigger than I want it. So I'm not going to mess with that right now. I'm going to round this bar up, And then I'm going to do a poor version of Jot's favorite technique that he likes to call a unicorn roll. I've heard it described as a hex roll in a young man who we don't always give credit to for his intelligence. He's a smart kid. But one day he was like, well, why are you calling it a hex roll when it's technically not a hex? And I was like, that's a damn good point. But all I'm going to do is come in and take these corners down a little bit more and then feed it in as I go. Not holding it straight. If you hold it straight, you'll forge it straight, by the way. Now, I'm just going to... There's not enough heat there to really keep beating on it. There's no point. Just get it hot. That's another thing I like about the induction forge. It's like, boop, hot, boop, hot. That changes depending on the material size, right, and the coil you have. When I was doing the corkscrews, the screw, it's probably 1/16 of an inch, 1/8 of an inch, somewhere in between those two. I don't have a coil small enough for that.
Brian Braziel Blacksmith.
That gets it hot.
I was at Grant Sarver's shop watching him use his induction forge the night before the 2006 Habana conference, and have wanted one ever since with all his different attachments.
Man, I would love to have some of those things. I've heard good stories about what Grant's setup was like. I'd love to try some of that stuff, but finding the information with pictures has been trying. The iForge iron stuff is, I don't remember when they had that massive loss of images, but man, that's such a shame because it seems like there was a lot of good information there just in pictures alone. All right, so that's rough round. Now I'm going to clean it up. But yeah, I've heard a lot of things about the way Grant did the stuff with the induction forge, and I'd love to try some of that. And then this is another project I need to work on probably after we get back from Louisiana. I need to convert all my coils over to the Quick Connect system.
Trail Dust 55.
Putting a single coil in.
Hey,
and
Rob.
not swapping it. Hey, Kevin. So I think I'd be more inclined to swap the coils if they were much easier to deal with, or just buy another machine, which I can't afford.
Bar Run Forge. Howdy, Kevin.
So now I'm just going to kind of rough around this. I'm not going to do too much on this
Trail
end,
Dust
it's going to
55.
get more work done to it.
Hi, Troy.
But this end, I want to clean it up because this is going to become part of the handle. So like about that much, I guess I could measure it. Fine, I'll measure it. So so from there to there, I'm gonna have way more material than I really need, which is fine. I don't mind cutting it off, but we're 5, 6, try that again. 5, come on now. We're almost at 7 inches. Or, I don't know, 6 7/8 maybe. So, but from here out, about 2 inches of that, maybe 2.5 I'll take, since I've got plenty. From here back, that's gonna get forged down too. Because that's what's going to become the screw eventually. Provided I don't screw this up. There is that. I've done it several times already. Hey, look, most of the smoke is gone, guys. Most of it's gone. If you weren't here earlier, it's way gone. If you weren't here earlier, I started a fire with a lot of wet wood. Terrible idea, because it smoked really bad. But hey, it lit the coke, right? It could have only have been worse if I had just used green coal and just covered the fire up. It was almost that bad. It wasn't, trust me, it wasn't that bad, but it was damn close. So I want to clean this little transition up right here. There's a lump right there I want to fix. So I'm just going to kind of go over that. And then I'm just going to clean this up. Take out any massive hammer marks that I see. You can't see what I'm doing. You can't see what I'm doing. That's planishing, really. But I want to get as many of the big dings out that I can. The idea is not to put dings in it like that when you get this close. And I don't think I did. Okay, so from about here, I don't need to go any further, I don't think. So I'm just going to true this back here up. Now this is a taper, so I need to be mindful of that. Otherwise, I will put dings in it, which I don't want to do. And then sometimes I'll use the round for that. Not always ideal for that, but it'll let you get in there to the more harder to get spots. But I think that transition looks pretty good to me. It's mostly even. It's mostly fluid.
Edward Braziel Blacksmith.
It could be
Hey,
better.
it was over 70 degrees here today. Is it cold there? I can see your breath.
It's cooling off, but it was in the upper 50s today. Yeah, it's down to 46 now. But with the, I'm glad you said something. With the smoke mostly cleared out, I'm going to turn this fan off and close the door. Oh, turn that bad mammer jammer off. Close this door so no cold raccoons try to get in here. Missed that boat. But yeah, I would say this transition, I don't know why. That's the next thing I want to do is put a monitor on this so I can actually see this screen. But yeah, that transition, well, I'm not talking about anything up here. I'm talking about this right here. And I'm pretty happy with that. It's a little textury. I could clean it up, but it's for the rural smiths, and they're into hammer marks. So, so the next thing I want to do is isolate the section on the outside of that bar, right? So it went from a bar to a taper now, technically, or it will. So I want to be careful because it's small, so I don't want to leave it unattended. Shouldn't leave it unattended anyways, but you should definitely keep tabs on it when it gets down to this size. And I'm going to throw another scoop up there. I got this handy little swing out courtesy of Ed. He made it, I think the last time he was here, or the 2 times ago, he put this on there, and it's been quite handy. And it's not like super huge, but it doesn't need to be. I mean, that'll give me support, you know, pretty much all the way out to where I need it. I like it. It's been handy. I don't need it for this, but there we go. So I'm going to take this down, but I want to isolate that little spot, right? Same thing I did back here. So right there, I think. And that's all I'm doing is isolating this little piece right here. And I'll probably take it a little further. Yeah, I could use a cross peen or even a straight peen to do the same thing. I don't need to. I've got a rounding hammer. You just tilt the hammer a little bit, and voila. No big deal. I'm not saying that there's not a use for those. I have several cross peens. I have a straight peen, which is funny. After getting that straight peen, when you do a ribbon scroll, I really like using that straight peen for if I have to do a bunch of ribbon scrolls. It just makes it nice. So a little bit more. I want to tilt this up a little bit. Right, it's mostly so I can see it a little bit better. No, it doesn't look like much, but trust me, it's there.
Edward Braziel Blacksmith. Oh, that's where I left my swing out. I've been wondering where I left it. Lucky I have spares.
Is that for your forge? I thought you just made it while you were here. That's hilarious. Okay, I think I've taken that down enough, at least for now. So now I want to take the rest of that end down a little bit. I'm not going to point that, but I'm going to get it started. So I'm not going to fix that. I want to get it hot. Then I'll work on it. You know what I need is a cigar ashtray right here. All right. Ooh, spicy. So this is going to get drawn down a lot more. So I'm not overly concerned with how it looks right now. However, where that transition is, I do want that to be a little nicer. Just in case that becomes a spot that's really visible. So I'll get it hotter and clean that up, and then I'll punch the rest of that hole. It is now at a point, heat-wise, that, I mean, I really don't want to, while I light my cigar, I want to raise it up in the fire. Because by the time I got this lit, that probably burned off. So, you know what? Once I get this done, I'm gonna take a break. I don't need a break. But one of the things I said I would start doing in the streams more is taking an actual break to talk with the crowd, if there is a crowd. There's more of a crowd tonight than I was expecting, to be honest. I've already broke some of the rules that I was going to do, and I'll work on that. But so originally it was going to be start the stream, spend 15, 25 minutes talking about whatever project that I'm going to work on, projects I want to work on, things I did in the last stream, how's your day going, blah, blah, blah. Kind of get all that out of the way in the first 20 minutes, 15 minutes. And then when I start working on a project, I really want to get to a point where I'm not talking a whole lot. That's going to be hard for me because I think I get to rambling and whew. But I also don't want to ignore your comments, you know, if you have questions and such. I just really need to get better about working and chatting at the same time. I'm not great at that right now. But not talk as much while I'm working and then take like a 5 or 10 minute break to talk to people, engage, and then get back to it. Kind of like what I'm going to do right now. I don't know how round this is. It's pretty damn round, actually. You can feel it, though. You can feel when you're going around, you'll feel your hammer want to skip or chatter, if you want to call it that. You can feel it when it's not round, because what's happening is you've got a high point on the anvil, and there's not one on this side, and so when you hit it, it wants to do that on you, or your hammer will respond differently, especially at lower temperatures.
Jeff Killian.
The other thing
I think the lady reading your comments is the same lady that talks in my GPS.
That's funny. The other thing is, if your dimensions are different, like I could feel it here because this is a little bit lower than up here and back here. So when you go to do that, right, if you don't have, this is when a narrow-faced anvil really comes in handy. It wouldn't help me right now, but if I had a smaller anvil block that I could put up here, that would be nice. Because what will happen is I had to use the round face because I can't do that. Well, I could tilt the square face, but with the round face, it allows me to get in there tighter, right? I don't know, are we on the right camera? Yeah. Right, so this allows me to get in here tighter, right? If I were to hit it like this, it's hitting all of that. And what's going to happen is that piece it's going to bend. And that bending at that point is probably not that big of a deal, but you do it long enough and it does become a big deal. And that's a good way to lose a piece. I've seen that doing flowers and leaves quite a bit. You know, if you want, especially on a bigger faced anvil, that becomes a thing, man. So I'm just taking this heat to kind of square this up a little, not square it up, but straighten things up. There we go. All right, so now I'm back to this, and you see it's kicked off to this side just a little bit, so I need to correct that as best I can, and the only way I'm going to pull that off is with heat. And I should have dealt with that when I first saw it, but I thought I could correct it, and all I did was make it worse. So, you know. We're going back to the big cam for a minute. What I'm doing now is just checking to see where my placement is to make sure it's getting hot where I want it to get hot and not on that long stem part because I don't want to burn that off. Yeah. There are 3 AI voices that I can choose from on this particular tool. 2 dudes and the chick. I went with the chick because, you know, I'm thirsty. There's like a bunch of others, but they're like different languages, and I don't. I know dirty words in like Spanish and Korean. That's about it. If I pay really close attention, I can kind of get the gist of some other languages, you know, not some, but Latin-based languages. And you kind of get the gist of what's going on, especially if they throw up, you know, some hand signals for me. But outside of that, man, no, not so much. Where did my mark go? Oh, there you are. All right. So it's kicked this way, which means I need to tilt this in just a little bit. And that looks good. So it's pooching out on this side. So I don't know. I mean, it looks pretty even, but it could be the grind on this thing. I don't know. So that's all the more I'm going to do with that. I'm going to get it hot again. But that's significantly better than it was. It's not great. I don't know how well you can see that, if you can see it at all. I would assume you can see it, but it ain't perfect. But hey, man, I've only made I've technically never made any of these. I've only attempted to make these this week. So the first 2 were abject failures just on the forging side of things. The first one, I did not pay attention at all to dimensions or anything. I just looked at a picture and kind of went with it. And then when I made it, I made the shack corkscrew. What camera am I on? Yeah. So I made the shack corkscrew, too big. And then another one failed on me when I was opening up the eye. It was twofold, I think. One, the punch I used for that was too wide, too thick, so it didn't leave much material on the outsides. So when I went to open that hole up, on the thinnest spots around the edges, and what would technically be, I guess, the corners, it split. And then the third, or the other one that failed, was the one where, it's this one, where I burnt this off. I'm holding on to this because I believe that there's enough material here to draw this out, but that's a last resort. I would much rather just start over. This is not a hard project. That's pretty good heat. So I'm gonna waste heat here. I'm tilting this over a little bit in hopes of correcting some of that pooch out on the other side, but it does not seem to be cooperating, which is fine. I'm letting this heat kind of run back. I can see in there. All right. Yeah, we hit the anvil that time. Hope I didn't mess my tool up. Woohoo, that got hot right there. Bye-bye. All right. I don't even need... Look at that.
Welcome to Redneckistan. I don't know what I came into, but I like it.
I don't like the fact that it pooched out on that side. That can be dealt with. That's kind of the dangers when you're punching something this small. All of my TV trays, you could use 1/4 by 1/2. I prefer to use 1/4 by 3/4 because of this very thing right here. It doesn't take much to be off, and then you've got a wonky looking hole. And on a TV tray, I just don't think it's sexy when you get it right with the 1/4 by 1/2, but it's just, to me, it's far easier 1/4 by 3/4. You don't know what you came into, but you like it. Well, right on, man. Redneckistan. All right. So one thing I could try to do, I had drifts up here. Where'd they go? Oh, I moved them over here. So one thing I could try to do is quench that side of the hole off. Another thing I could do is switch coils on my induction forge.
Welcome to Redneckistan.
And try
If the heat is a little off, will it punch out like that?
Well, I can guarantee you the heat wasn't off. So the other thing I can do is take it to the induction forge and heat that one side, the thick side, and leave the thin side cold. On this size stock, that doesn't work so well with the coils I have. But, I mean, you can, just by looking at it, I can tell I was not perfectly centered. You can see there's more meat, just a little bit on this side, but that's all it takes when you're working material this small. It doesn't take much to get it off. One of the things a lot of guys, I find this interesting. A lot of guys think that I do the hard stuff because I do big work. And I'll tell you right now, the big stuff is usually the easier stuff because, well, yeah, it takes more technique to do what you want to do with it in terms of, otherwise you're just you're beating yourself silly. But it takes a little more technique, but with small stock, you have a very limited amount of screwing up available to you. So let's see if we can cool this one side off. Facing me, I'm going to cool the thin side off because that's where the water is going to tend to accumulate. And then I'm going to, I think this hole is big enough, barely. And yeah, that ain't going to do shite. But that pooched that out much more significantly. All right, so that evened that out. It's not evened out yet, but that evened it out quite a bit more than what it was. So I'll do the same thing again, and then I'll probably be able to drive that drift all the way through this time.
Welcome to Redneckistan. I love watching an artist work.
Hey, careful with words like that. I am not an artist. I guarantee you. I'm an artiste. No, kidding. No, I would agree. I love watching guys, especially skilled people, which I do not classify myself as, but watching a skilled artisan do stuff, man, is really cool. I forget his name now. Anyways, Adam Savage just recently posted on Tested YouTube. He recently posted a thing with a guy doing repoussé work and chasing work. And I would love to see that guy. I mean, some of the work that he was showing off was beautiful. I'd love to see that. I'm not really interested myself in doing that kind of work, but I'd love to see it done. It's just really cool. So I'm gonna, again, facing the thin side to me, I'm gonna quench this off. There's other ways to do this, but I don't really have the means for that right now. So I'm gonna quench that off and try to move without, you know what I didn't do? That's probably gonna cost me. I meant to put a glove on because this is hot. Let's see what we can do. Okay. Not gonna come out. So it's almost there. It's almost there. It's still a little wonky, but you can now that I've really opened that hole up, you can really see where the problem was, right? I try not to hide these things, but you can see where the problem was. You see how thin this is right here? And then look how thick it is all the way around here. That was because when I first punched this, it was a little off, and I should have taken my time on that. That bit me in the butt. Had this piece been a little thicker, that probably wouldn't have caused an issue for me. but because of that, it got me. You could see it, and that was the orientation, and you can tell this is the side I started to punch through because it's got the suck down. So that's where that came from. The more you know. Here's the problem, right? Learn from it. I'll do that stupid mistake way more times than I care to admit. But in my brain of brains, I've convinced myself that knowing is half the battle. I just got to learn to pull the trigger. So this time, I'm going to grab that drift and have it ready so that we're not making that mistake again. All right, so these won't hold this drift in place as is. So what I would normally do is put a tongue clip on here, but I don't see one handy. So I'll just hold the damn thing until I'm ready to come out.
Welcome to Redneckistan. Can that be repaired without making it worse?
Well, so yes, I mean, to a degree, yes, but for what I'm working on, it's not going to matter that much. What you can do is shift it around a little bit.
Welcome to Redneckistan. I've chased the fix-it dragon too many times and made stuff worse.
Yep, exactly. So there comes a time when you either need to learn to cut your losses and stop and start over, or accept what you've got and move on. And I'm opting to accept what I've got. It's not that bad, right? So what you can do is put your drift in there. You'll want to get this hot, but you can see it's bending in this way and then back out that way. So what you can do is put your drift in and correct it, either at the vise or at the anvil, whichever you find easier. And you can push this around a little bit to try to center these up a little bit more. However, this can work to my advantage to a degree. I'm telling myself that because it's a corkscrew, right? So it's offset just a hair. So what I could do is make it. I can use that offset there to my advantage for the action of the corkscrew. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. But yeah, you can definitely get in trouble chasing problems. I have a friend, his name is Chase.
Brian Braziel Blacksmith.
He lives up to it.
The water helped a lot.
Yes, it did. The water helped a lot, and I learned that from Brian. Brian will actually show taking a cup, and then filling it up to what is, they call it a meniscus, I guess. It's like a little bubble that forms over the top. As long as it's level, that works really great. It's not perfectly level, sorry. It's not level that well, and I tried it the other day, and it just wasn't working out so well. I need a better, for that small of a cup, I think I need a more precisely level platform. I think if I had a bigger cup, it wouldn't have been a problem. But using the Gatorade bottle, if you face the thin side towards you, there's a reason that you want to face the thin side towards you, right? So I'll show you. Okay, so this is my thin side. So when I come out to quench this, where's my Gatorade bottle at? Oh, when I come out to quench this, right? You want the side you're cooling facing you, because as you're pouring this is the closest spot. You don't want to pour over that because you're likely to quench both pieces off. It's going to fall towards you. And then if you do it this way, you're just hitting the top of this and then it's running down the bottom of that. So if you face it to you and then angle it down a little bit, you can quench that off. It's a little easier that way. And I drink a lot of Gatorade, so I keep a lot of it on hand just for that purpose. And when I did a TV tray, I had to do that a lot. There's a lot of little things I've not corrected but have learned about punching and doing like the TV trays and things like that. I mean, just little things. that you wouldn't expect. Yes, if your heat's off, that can cause issues with how something punches. The other thing can be your grind. If the grind on your punch is offset one way or the other, right? If there's more material on this side, well, guess what's going to happen? It's going to push material out that way more, right? If your punch isn't nice and flat, if it's got like a slope in it, like this one had earlier, I fixed it, but it's not going to, it won't drive straight. It's going to try to drive it at this weird angle, which I experienced yesterday, and I should have realized what was going on. Lots of little things. The way
Welcome
you
to
hold and the way you
Redneckistan.
hit.
It's awesome you're
you-
keeping coal miners working. My dad and grandfather were all coal mines.
Well, you know what? I'm happy to do it because I really like, well, I'm using coke, but it comes from coal. So now all I'm going to do is true this little spot right here up a little bit, trying to stay away from hitting that. So I'm going to tilt my hammer quite a bit and just sneak in there. You'd probably be better if you could see what I was doing, huh? So I'm just bringing this in. I don't want to hit this, so I'm just sneaking this in there. And I want those diagonals to be about the same all the way down for all four sides. Now, in this particular instance, I'm not too worried about hammer marks because these guys are traditional. They like that stuff. But I also want it to look good. And this is the part where I start screwing things up. So one of the things I'm going to do after beating on that is it's likely I've distorted that hole a little bit. So I'm just going to make sure this drift goes back through. And until I fill that hole with this piece, the tenon or whatever we're going to call
Brian
it,
Braziel
that
Blacksmith.
can be an issue.
I learned
Yeah,
that
see
from a
it's
student, Dan Manders. He put water in my cupping tool to fix his hole in his hammer tongs instead of what I used to do.
There we go. So there's the hole. Not perfect, but I'm offset here and offset here. So I think I can use that to my advantage. What I need to do now is think about, I'm right-handed, I want this to be a right-handed thing. So I don't want to pass this through in this orientation. I think I want to pass it through in this one so that it's this way, right? So I'm going to put this side up. And in fact, a smarter thing to do would be to mark this with a piece of chalk. If I could find a piece of chalk, let me go find a piece of chalk, just so I can avoid being a complete
Welcome
idiot.
to Redneckistan. When do you know when it needs to be reheated? Is it like a color and sound thing?
It's both, really. It depends on what you're working on and what you're trying to accomplish, right? You planish at a lower heat. At this color, you should not be beating on it, really. You shouldn't be beating on this at this heat. This is way too cold, especially medium carbon or high carbon steels. You don't want to be beating on it that cold. That's a good way to introduce a lot of stress into the material and likely break it. But if you're planishing, a dull red is still fine. You know, you're light, you're not hitting hard, you're hitting softer. You're just trying to clean things up. For me, I want my material as hot as I can possibly get it without burning it. So most of the stuff I work on, a lemon yellow color, a really bright yellow, like almost like looking at the sun, that's a good heat. But you can tell, depending on the material, right? Like titanium at a bright orange, some titanium laughs at you, and you might as well just stop hitting it because it's just going to laugh at you the whole time. Ask Brian. I gave him a piece of titanium that was like that, and like once it fell below that, like just below a bright orange, you might as well just stop hitting it because it's just going to start laughing at you. And then I got some grade 2 titanium. That stuff forges like wrought iron, like in orange heat, and it's still moving. It's crazy. So again, I'm gonna take a quickie break, because I want to light my cigar before I do anything else. But what I'm going to do, I got this marked, right? So I got this marked. I'm going to pass this through this side that way, and then we'll see what's what. Yeah? But I'm going to get my cigar lit, because why not? So yeah, back to the reheating of material. Color is one thing, but sound is, the sound and the feel are your easiest identifiers to that, in my opinion. You can hear the difference and you can feel the difference. When your hammer starts bouncing on the material, it's way too cold. And if you're working on, if you're doing like, I'm not a knife maker, but if you're working on knives and such, at that point, you really risk introducing massive stress into the material, and you're going to stand a really good chance of getting a crack during the quench.
Thomas Goodmoot.
Something like that.
I'm late now, I'm here.
So anytime, if you're going to work on a knife and you do, honestly, anytime you work a knife, what you really should do is bring it up to a critical temperature, 1600 or so. But that's going to, again, that depends on the material you're working on. That temperature can change. Well, let's just say 1600. Bring it up to about 1600, and if you can hold it at that heat for a good amount of time, the longer you can hold it at that heat, not higher, not lower, at that heat, the longer you can hold it there, the more you're going to relieve the stress in the material. So if I was a knife maker, again, which I'm not, if I was a knife maker, a heat treat oven would be mandatory in my shop. Mandatory. Because after I forged the knife, the first thing I would do is take it to my heat treat oven and put it in there at whatever, 1575, 1600, and I would
Welcome
let it
to
soak
Redneckistan.
for a couple
I've
of
always
hours.
loved old wrought iron.
I
Jeff
would let
Killian.
that material soak for a couple
Evening,
of hours.
Thomas.
All right, so this needs to come over and down and in. So the first thing I want to do is put a little bend, make sure I'm going the right way. I want to put a little bend here, and then I want to put a lot of bend here. That's all. Man, you know what? Before we do that, I suspect what I need to do is cut some of this off. Because I don't need a lot here, right? I only need like 1.5 inches. So I want to put a bend here, and it's going to come around and into here. All of that, that's not needed. So I could probably get it all through there. Maybe that's what I do. I'll just try. Let's see. Let's see what happens. I ain't scared. You scared? I ain't scared. I'm going to leave it on the main cam for this, so you can watch my face as I freak out. And, do I have a pair of scrolling tongs? Would make things a little easier. I don't, but these will work. Redneck scrolling tongs. I'm just going to have to open up a little more. I'm just going to finagle that through the hole. I'm probably going to have to cut a fair bit of that off. This is why measuring and getting your volumes correct is a good thing to do. It's good practice. I don't do it. I just I do sometimes. But I typically will just shoot. I just go for it, man. So usually I try to overestimate a little bit, so I have room for screwing up. But that's a crutch. So, put it in here.
Welcome to Redneckistan. Better than to have more than less.
Yeah, if you have, depending on the project, right? You can stretch material out and it won't be too noticeable. But yeah, overall, I would rather cut than have to stretch. Is that too big? No, I think that'll be okay. I need to open that up just a hair. No, because as I hammer this down, it's going to go that way. So I need to, there we go. It's not in plane, but I can fix that. It's round. If I have to twist it, not a big deal. And this is a medium carbon steel. So you don't want to go, getting all crazy with bending it on, when it's cold. Can lead to bad things. So keep it warm. You can also bring it down. See, it's still a little too much, so I'm going to come back over here. Whoop, too much. There we go. All right, now it's through. Now I just got to close it up to where I want it. And you got to be careful with this stuff. This is one of the things when we were doing the Urbana curriculum that I was like, man, I would be a terrible Urbana curriculum teacher, or at least a grader, person that does the grading, because I saw some things with some of the scroll work, and I was like, man, there's no way I'd pass that. I'm sorry. When you're doing scrolls, you're forming material. You're not typically you're not forging the scroll anymore. You're forming it. So when I see big hammer marks in scroll work, I'm just like, ugh. There's somebody that doesn't know how to utilize the horn properly, because he's just beat the living piss out of that. So I got to roll this in and then push it through. Rolling it in, because I want to shorten this up a little bit. It's too long right now. But I think that's a good size. So I'm gonna get this hot, straighten this. But yeah, when you're so the same thing with this, right? As I roll this through there, I want to be cognizant of where I'm hitting and what's under it. I don't want big marks in it from hammering it in through there, which is part of the reason why I'm going to straighten this out right now. Because if I kept going, it's going to put marks on the inside of that, and I needed to be able to get here. So I'm going to start working on this, closing this up a little bit more, and I'm going to bring this over. So I'm going to straighten this up. I'll just put it on the edge of the anvil. It's not going to be perfectly straight, but it's going to be straighter. And you can come in this way and work it this way. On this particular anvil, I can't really get down there because my stand kind of gets in the way. I need to put a cutout in this to allow me to do that. But now I'm just trying to shorten that flap out a little bit more. Right now it's a little too long, and it's going to grow when I forge it down a little bit. So I want to be able to get. I need to get this corner a little more hot. This is when the induction forge is also king for this kind of stuff. Like, I can heat up just this little spot. So I'm just trying to get this in here. See, notice I'm not backing it with the anvil. I don't want to put big marks there if I can help it. All right, I think that's good. So now I'm just going to run it down. Now I want the spacing in here to be pretty tight. So I'm going to close it up. Notice I'm turning this away from me. I don't want this in my way when I go to hit that. Trust me, that sucks if you hit that. one of the things I would say I'm not great at, but better than most guys in my class, if you want to call it that, is I've seen a lot of, what is that? It's like an acorn in there. I thought I smelled something earlier. Yeah, had a little acorn in there that was burning. But a lot of guys don't think about where their hands are when they're forging. You know, and that can be bad. So I'm just closing, well, I'm just closing this up a little bit. So I'm going to try to do that equally and get it up there, 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 there. Being gentle with it. I don't need to, I'm not trying to crush it. But now this, not really hot enough, and I'm going to move this out of my way. I'm going to get this
Stream
hot
Elements.
and bend it back.
Thanks
Kinda get
for
it out of my way.
subscribing. Welcome to Redneckistan.
Well, yeah, thanks for subscribing. I didn't know that, oh, Stream Elements. I forgot I installed that. That's cool, right on. It works. But yeah, one of the things, you know, I watch guys work and they don't think about where their hands are. Man, I'm a guitar player too. So I'm always trying to be a little cautious about where my hands are. You know, I don't want to hurt myself. Getting hurt sucks, dude. So I'm bending this kind of out of my way, but I'm not going crazy with it. I just kind of want it generally out of my way and not pointing up at me when I'm working. So I'm going to take a heat here and forge that down. Make it like a thumb rest. I don't know what you would call that. A thumb rest. I don't know what the hell to call it. A finger holder positioner doodad bobber thing. Whoop, whoop, hey. Okay. So I'm going to get that hot and forge that down. You could use a straight peen for this, or you could use a cross peen for this. I'm just going to use my rounding hammer. Whoop. I think that's good. Now I'm going to close it back up. One here. One here. Maybe I'll put a little fancy thing in here. Oh, I kind of like that. A little more on this side though.
Thomas Goodmoot. Are making fun of me, Rob. LOL. It was but a mirror flesh wound.
I was not, Thomas, but yes, you are a good example. That was, I don't want to place blame, but to be honest, what happened with you and Eli, that was both of your guys' fault. Both of you. One, your hand should never have been there, but two, he should have been paying attention. So I don't mean to say, I think we're detached enough from the incident now that these things can be said without it sounding overly mean. But yeah, that was both of your guys' fault. He should have been paying attention, and well, you should have been paying attention. But that's one of those things. I mean, it's a hard lesson to learn. But yeah, case in point, you know, pay attention where your hands are. And if you're striking, pay attention to where your director's hands are. You know, we tend to strike. A lot of people think it's weird because we don't really communicate a lot. Like Paul and I, we've made a hammer a couple times. We don't talk sometimes. There's nothing there that needs to be said because we both know what needs to be done. So all I'm doing is kind of just putting a little swoop in his thing. I think that's good. Just a little action there. So this is, I'm trying to
Thomas
figure out,
Goodmoot. Oh, for sure it was both of our faults. Things happen.
I'm thinking if this is, you're turning, so you would want this down, right? That's where it's going. I don't drink wine, so I don't know, like when it comes to like a traditional corkscrew wine bottle opener thingy. Oh, hell, I don't know. Makes sense to me. I think, right? I'm gonna go this way. I think I would want the flare this way. And I'm not gonna put a big flare in it. Come over here and let you look at my butt for a second. All right. So there's that. I don't like how much air I've got here. I drew this down too small. It'll still function, I think. But there's a lot of air there. I don't like that. So in Rob land, this is no bueno. I don't care for this, but I'm gonna accept it as a learning experience. I should have left this material thicker here to fill in the hole that I punched, or not drifted the hole open as much as I did. It's under, I think it's definitely a little under 3/8, I think. Well, no, it's 3/8. So I should have left this material a little thicker, at least back here, to fill in. I don't like the spacing in there, the air gaps. I don't care for that. However, I'm not going to harp on it too much. I'm going to probably do something I don't need to do, but I'm going to brush it off a little bit. It's going to get scaled up again, so it's kind of pointless, but I'm going to do it because why not? And I don't. And this will probably need to see a file. It's got a couple jagged edges on there. So, and I'm okay with that too. But yeah, I don't hate this. What I do not like, let's talk about what I don't like. Okay, first of all, I'm accepting this for what it is, right? It is what it is, but these are learning moments. Things I don't like. This material up here is definitely thicker than this material up here. I should have kept this the same all the way around. So there is something I need to take into account if I were to make one of these again. Going into this hole, I would have liked this to have been thicker. And in looking at this right in here, this cross section here, I think would have filled this hole out. So that would have made me a lot happier than what I'm seeing here with this hole. I don't care for that. Outside of that, well, okay, and then the hole, right? The hole itself it's not as bad as it looked originally because it's got something going through it now, and it's offset a little bit, so I think that kind of helps it, but I don't like it. So that's something else, right, that I need to work on going forward. And I do this, I have people that say, oh, you're your own worst critic, blah blah blah. Well, there's truth in that, yes, but I also firmly believe that there comes a time when you have to look at something and evaluate it honestly, and how do you make it better. For me, it's always a pursuit. It's the pursuit of perfection, and I may never get there, and I'm okay with that. That's what I love about this craft, right? Like, what are the odds that I'll ever perfect it? 0 to none, especially at the age at which I started. I'm at a great disadvantage compared to some other guys. Corbin being 17 years old now, and he's been doing it a couple years. You've got Noah. He's been at it like 3 years now, I think. Young guy. I think he's 12 now. Yeah, he's 12. So, you've got, these kind of guys. I'm just trying to center that up a little bit. These young guys, starting at this really young age that have, a lot more time available to them in comparison to me. So instead of keep beating on that, I'm going to come over to the vise. I'm going to get this warm. And I'm going to come over to the vise and use the vise to straighten that up. So just beating on it like an idiot. You got a vise that you paid for, use the damn thing. But yeah, there's nothing wrong with evaluating your work, in my opinion. I mean, that's, just be honest with yourself, and you don't have to be down on yourself about it either. You can be honest and critique your work without, hating the world in the process. All right, that's better, but not great. Every time we make a hammer, we're looking at it and what we could do better. Back to the striking with a hammer. We don't talk a lot, right? And people think that's crazy, but it's because we know what to do, we know what to expect, we know what to watch for. So I know when, typically, if it's a director I've worked with, I know when they're ready for me to hit, and that doesn't need to be said. It just needs to be done, And a lot of people, I've heard people say this before, that, the striker is just a dumb power hammer. And I've heard some people actually, I've heard demonstrators say this. Not personally, I've not personally heard it. Let me back that up. I've not personally heard it, but I've heard of demonstrators telling people, hey, you're just a dumb hammer. You just swing the hammer. And I think that is one of the worst things you could ever tell somebody. If you were to tell me that, I would drop that hammer and leave. If that's all the respect I'm going to get out of you, we're done. Not working for you. That's a team effort. Your strikers should be somewhat versed in what's going on. I mean, they don't have to be professional strikers. I'm not. But, when a tool is presented at an angle, your striker should understand what needs to be done there. And there's another thing I've heard people do. Somebody tried to match the angle of the tool, and the demonstrator told them, hey, you're just a dumb hammer. You swing. If I want you to tilt that hammer, I'll tell you to tilt that hammer. Otherwise, you just hit the tool as presented. Okay, so there's a problem with that. And that, to me, is somebody that doesn't fully understand their own damn tooling, right? And get into an issue here. This is not the greatest example of a tool to use for this, but if I present this tool like this and you hit it like this, you're going to damage my tool, likely. You're going to damage my tool, and it's going to send the tool into the material in a way that you probably didn't want it to go. You might have wanted it to go in an angle, and had they hit that square and matched that angle correctly, it would have gone where you wanted it to, but because you had them hitting it on the outside like that, hitting it just like they would normally hit, guess what's going to happen? It's not going to go well. It's not going to go well. And there's other dangers of not matching angles too, where, you could have a tool skip out, you could have a sledgehammer skip out, you could, clipping the edge like that, you could throw a chunk of that material out. It's just not good. I know that these guys, they think they know it all, but they don't. And honestly, and again, I go back to, if you wanted me to strike for you and you said something like that to me, we would be done. Done. So this is, I don't need to get this perfectly straight. I'm just trying to get it in line, more so than it was. And I think we're there. But I already know way more material here than I need. Another thing I already know, I have way more fire than I need. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to rake up some coke onto my bed here. And try not to include all that clinker I just saw. Man, that coal that we've been using is doo-doo. I'm not a fan. It's like some of the worst coal I've ever used. So I have options here, right? I need to forge this out. Make sure this is getting hot. I need to forge this out. So how do I do that without a good pair of tongs to hold this with? I could use flat bit tongs. I could probably, actually, these would work, kinda. If they were, I could probably make these work. These are Bill Corey tongs, by the way. If I was coming to this side all day long. But I need a pair of tongs to hold this with. And one of the things I also need to do is I need to cut this off. So I think these tongs are going to work. I can put a tong clip on it, but then I need to draw it out. Another option I could do, this is something I learned from Ryan. I could put a bend in this and face this up, so then when it's up, I'll bend it. I'm going to cut it anyway, so I'll bend it up and show you what I'm talking about. See if that, depending on the length of material you're using, that can work for you and not so much. And I might do this the wrong way. I'm having to think about it right now. But you could put a slight bend in this, and then that way you can use the bar, and then you're just rotating the bar. The only problem with that is I got that piece sticking out on the end, right? So that could technically get in my way. I'm gonna put it on the big camera. Yeah, I want to bend it further back. I don't want to bend it where I'm going to cut it because I want that to stay essentially where it's at. I should have brought two of those with me. But what I can do, I'm going to do it this way. I want to bend it out here. All right. So when I get that bent down, I'm going to go put it in the vise, finish that bend. Right there, right. If I can get it to stay put, right there. Now I can hold on to this bar and work it. And then I stayed away from bending up here because that's where I want to cut it. And then I didn't want to distort that any more than necessary. So, lesson learned from last night. Turn this way down because I don't need that kind of...
BC 65925 Bill Corey. I heard my name, but I had dropped off. Guess it's time for this old man to go to bed.
Well, Bill, I was just showing off your awesome little tongs here that I have. I think I got a hammer in, but I don't remember which one. Hell, it might have been mine. I don't know what this is really sized for. 1/8 inch? Little 1/8 inch bolt jaws. But these are handy, and I could use it to grab there, but I'm not working from that side. So what I did is I just put my version of a convenience bend in here. It's not to get out of the way, it's so that I can continue to use this bar as a pair of tongs. And it's not the greatest, but it is getting warm. But that will allow me to work. I can get in relatively close. I don't need to get in super close, but I can work this out without having to switch to tongs right now. Eventually, I'm going to have to switch to tongs, but if I can avoid it for as long as I possibly can, that's how I roll. So again, I turn this fire way down. I don't need this blazing hot. I want it hot for forging, but I don't want to put this in there and then 2 seconds later I've lost my work. That happened last night. So I'm gonna kick it back up just a bit. So maybe 30%. Yeah, that's working pretty good. That's working pretty good. We'll see. This bar is getting warm, and I want to hold it a little closer up, so I might just put a glove on. The problem with wearing gloves when you're doing that is it tends to slip in your hands. I can't really quench the bar off because all my quench tanks are too low on water right now. But since it's going to be kind of nice this week and next, I don't think it's really getting super cold anymore. I'll probably top them all, both of them off, so that, you know, I'm not running into that problem. I'm going to switch to the anvil cam before I forget yet again. So that, I could forge that at that heat. It's a little low. This is coke, so it likes air, but I got to find that sweet spot. I don't want it raging like I had it earlier. You know, I'm working like, you know, slightly over 1/8 inch, like 3/16 or whatever. And working it down. So as it gets thinner, the potential for burning it up gets greater. It would also help if it was down in the fire, not where it was at. Now, at this size material, the induction forge is not a great tool for this size material. At least I have found. My coils don't heat this very efficiently. Gas would be nice for this because you could turn your gas down and just kind of hold this in there for a couple of seconds, and it would get hot really quick. And less likely to burn it off. You can burn this kind of stuff off in a gas forge though. Done it. It sucks. But the nice thing about coal forges, you can turn it down or you can turn it up. Or if I hooked up a hand crank blower to this, it would be all up to me about how gentle I'm running the blower. And I'm running this is an electric blower. I'm running it pretty gently right now. So I don't want to take that too small, because I'm pretty sure it's going to have to get cut off. I think in the video, Mark said he needs like 6 to 8 inches to do the corkscrew, somewhere in there. And this is hot. And just like that, just like that, just like that. That's one way to cut it off, guys. Just like that. That's all the amount of time that took. I know I have plenty of material here, though, so as long as I don't keep doing it. That's all it took. I'd like to get that heat up on the bottom of the base of that a little more and pull some of that out. So I'm going to pay much more attention to my piece in the fire. Less yak yak, more whack whack, isn't that what they say? Okay, let's get in here a little closer. Okay, that's a problem. I can't get to it because this is swooped down into it. So I'm gonna have to come to this side. And, no, that didn't work. There we go. Just cleaning it up a little bit. I'm gonna focus. I'm gonna focus down here a little bit more, or try to. That's the goal. Without burning it off down there. Oh yeah, excuse me, pardon me. This thing says that there's 14 people watching. I don't buy that. I don't buy that one bit. All right. So I have to come in this way. Trying not to hit that. It's only like 4.5, I think, but I'd like to measure it. You see where it's kicking it up a little bit? Trying to keep that in mind as I go. So currently at, what is that, 5 and change, almost 5.5. I'd like to get this to 7 inches if I can. We should be able to pull that off, as long as I don't burn it again.
Thomas Goodmoot. My end says 9 and I'm one of them.
My end says 9, and I am one of them. Oh, viewers. Gotcha. I'm on you. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I got it now. I was like, wait, what?
Thomas Goodmoot. I'm out in the shop working on a claw hammer.
Yeah, so Thomas, you're seeing how many YouTube people are on. So we've got 9 people on YouTube watching, but I'm streaming to 3 different platforms. So YouTube is winning, it sounds like, in the overall attendance, but there are at least some Facebook people and maybe some Twitch people. This needs to be straightened out a little bit. So I might be able to better, but I think more heat would help with that. So I need to straighten that out a little bit, because what I'm finding is, I don't know if you can see it, when I'm trying to get into this, it's pushing it away. I can get to it now, but if I were to put this up against this, it's pushing it out. So I'd have to, well, I need to be back here is really where I should be. So I'm really trying to get into here a bit more, just a bit more. And it's not for drawing it out, it's balancing it out, balancing that transition a little bit more. I think from what I've got to what I need to be, I've got enough material to pull that off. Just got to be a little more conservative with how long I keep this in the heat. So I'm gonna drop this in one more time. So see that, that's better. And then I'll push that back down. Yeah, that's better. Okay. And I got two things here, right? I got the thumb thingy, the finger rest thingy, whatever it is. That's relatively thin on the end, so I got to be careful about where that's at in the fire as well. One thing I could do, I'm not going to, just because it would turn this corkscrew into a $30 corkscrew just from the gas usage, is crank up my torch, but I don't want to do that. So I can get in here a little bit better now. There we go. That's all I wanted to do, was clean that transition up a little bit.
Thomas Goodmoot. Rob, what's the best way to temper a hammer without an oven? Is it okay to heat my drift, or do I need to make a sacrificial drift?
Rob, what's the best way to temper a hammer without an oven? Is it okay to heat my drift, or do I need to make a sacrificial drift? No, you can use your drift. You don't. So the best drift to use for tempering a hammer that you've made is the drift you used to make that hammer. And the reason why, it's not in the fire, by the way. The reason why, I'll use this as a good breaking point. The reason why you want to do that, let me find a hammer. Yeah, this one will do. I don't know if I have the drift that I used. Yeah, I do. I'll go get it. I'll be right back. So, and I'll show you the reason why you would want to do that is because, oh shit, that's not a drift. There it is. Well, that's not the one. But that one fits pretty well. All right, so this would work. It's not perfect, but it fits pretty good. But the reason why you would want to use the drift that you made the hammer with is because the engagement, the surface area that you get with that drift is it's greater, right? So you're making a lot more contact with the hammer billet, the eye of the hammer, with that hot drift. If it doesn't sit well in there, it takes longer. It can still be done, but it takes a lot longer if it doesn't seat, right? If it doesn't seat on there. And you want it to do that on both sides, right? So I could use this drift to temper this hammer because it seats pretty well. It would be better if I were to use, and here's why. Are we on the right camera? Yeah. I don't know how well you can see this, but there's air gaps up in here, right? So if you were using the proper drift, that air gap would not be as substantial as it is now, which means you would get more contact up the cheek or up the face of the hammer here, or the sides of the hammer. You'd have more contact with your drift. Let me see if I actually had this drift. I just grabbed one when I saw it. But what you don't want to do is overheat your drift. A lot of guys, I see, it's like they're trying to race or something, and there's no need for all that kind of action. Get it up to a good, not, If you can avoid scaling up your drift, that would be the best way to go about it, the heat. So you want to keep your heat below a scaling heat. And ideally, it would be best to have 2 drifts so that you can swap them in and out. Yeah, I don't know where the drift is that I used for this particular hammer. A big one now, but I know I didn't use this one. This is way too, yeah, that doesn't seat very well at all. But that, you get my drift, right? So you want to use, ideally the drift that you used to make it, or a drift that seats really well on the hammerhead, because it's going to transfer heat quicker. So all you got to do, if you have 2, again, like I said, it would be ideal if you had 2, because then what you could do is don't bury it in your fire if you're using coal. Don't bury it in your fire. You could just put it like just right up on top and bring it out, good red heat. Try not to scale it up too much if you can. And then when you come out, I have a piece of square tubing that I put in a vise, and it's just big enough. I think it's like 1.5 inches. So it's big enough to accept the drift, but it'll stand it up. So what I'll do is I will bring, it's gonna be hard on a cold hammer. I'll bring my piece with the drift in the fire. When I come out of the fire, I'll take my hammer and put it on there, give it a tap, and then put it in the vise and let it heat up. And while that's happening, I'll have another drift getting hot. So then when I come out, I'll bring this out and I'll put it back down. And then I'll take the other drift, come out, and do the same thing on the other side. Okay, set it down, and just go back and forth. And you can usually get these tempered, depending on the size of the hammer, 3 or 4 of those maybe. Swaps, just keep an eye on your face, and you'll see it. You know, the temper's running or whatever, the colors run. But that's how I do it. That's how I was shown how to do it. And then, again, the way the drift comes off the hammer, right, just flip it around. That way you know when you come back in, you're going to come back to the other side, and you just go back and forth, tap it, and then to release it, you can just do that. You don't have to slam it. You could. I'll come over here and do it. You could slam it on there. There's no need to do that. It just takes a little more effort to get that off. And I'm not going to do it on my anvil. But there we go. Oop. This is an Ethan Hardy hammer that I had to redrift because the eye was a little small. Ethan makes a great hammer, though.
Thomas
The eye was a
Goodmoot.
little small, and it had some
Every
galling on
time
the
I
inside
start
of
to
it.
type a question, you are answering my question. Thank you for your wisdom and willingness to share. If I had to guess, the hammer is only 12 ounces.
But yeah, that's I had to redrift this hammer. It had some galling. Wow, look at that! I got a nick in it from dropping it right there. So I'll have to regrind that a little bit. It's not bad, but I mean, no need to. I haven't hardened this yet, so there's no need to harden this until I have it where I want it. I'm going to put this back down before I do more damage to it and have to do more work on it. But yeah, I mean that's really it. I mean, that's how I do it. You can also, if you say you don't have an oven, but I mean, honestly, you could go to like Goodwill or something and get one of those little cheap, I mean, hell, even a new one's not that expensive. You know those cheap toaster ovens? Just get one that goes up to 450. If you can find one that'll go to 500, that's even better because they're notoriously not very accurate. So what you would do is if you can find one that goes to 500, a toaster oven or a pizza oven, get it up to 500, and then get an infrared thermometer type thingy, and then check it and just validate where the temps are, and then you can use those too. I've done that before when I had 3. I've got a big oven now. Yeah. So I can get that. Every time I start to type a question, you're answering my question. Oh, well, right on. I'm glad. I hope that helped. I doubt that Ed and Brian are still around, but if they are, that's information I gleaned from them. I might not do exactly the way they showed me. I picked up things, from other folks since then, here and there. I've learned a lot from Andrew Larson and Jonathan Pinkston and Mark Ling. And those are the guys in the quote-unquote chain gang. It's kind of funny. I used to joke and tell them that, we're part of the rusty chain gang because we're the old guys. But yeah, it's always fun. And the thing is, those techniques, no matter what kind of hammer you're making, are transferable. You might not be a Brian Brazil fan in terms of the hammer style. And some people, it's just not for them. I get it. It's whatever. They're wrong, but I get it. But the technique, the forging process.
Tristan Barker
really
Van City.
doesn't
Hey,
change.
not gonna stick around, but wish you luck on this channel. I'm not subbed to you and you only have 11 viewers, but YouTube recommend you to me. Top of my recommendations. Edward Braziel Blacksmith. We're still hangin' with Yad. Good explanation. Tristan Barker Van City. Maybe he'll stick around, looks like you're just starting.
I am trying to figure out what I did with my hammer. There we go. But yeah, no, I'm technically not just starting, but starting back up. How about that? Oh, hey, Thomas, by the way. Let me put this down for a second. By the way, you see what I'm doing with my rounding hammer? Do you see it? Do you see it? You ought to call Roy. Hey, Roy. Look at that. All day long. I can get into that tight space. All day long. All you gotta do is learn how to use the damn hammer. Now, I will concede that a smaller hammer can get into
Tristan
smaller
Barker
places.
Van City. Well, I'm subbed now.
Well, right on, man. Thanks a lot. Oh.
Tristan Barker
I
Van
knew
City.
I forgot to turn something
What
off.
are you making? Thomas Goodmoot. I'll tell I'm to watch the replay LOL.
Really?
Tristan Barker Van City.
Well,
LOL, I feel like I cut you off in the middle of a sentence.
It wasn't you.
Sorry.
It was
Text
the
to
air
speech.
compressor. I don't even know if you guys can still hear me. It's loud. So we'll give it a moment. Are you done? Thank you. Thank you. Air compressor. So I have a checklist of things that I'm supposed to do before I do the stream, and turning off the air
Tristan
compressor
Barker
is one
Van
of them.
City.
I
Yeah, hear
completely
you
forgot.
fine.
Completely
Thomas
forgot about the air
Goodmoot.
compressor.
This hammer if for this month's challenge and now power tools are allowed.
A hammer is this month's challenge. Is that
Tristan
it
Barker Van
February
City.
or March's challenge?
Wasn't Irvin that loud for us?
Oh, well, that's good. Glad it wasn't too loud, because damn. I am making a corkscrew in the style that Mark Asbury, if you're not familiar with him, he's a pretty well-known blacksmith in California. He's originally from England, I believe, or at least the UK. I'll say the UK, probably stay out of trouble, because, you know, I don't understand all of that stuff. So I'm making a corkscrew in the style of Mark Asbury. I can come up this way and show it a little bit more where I'm at. So I'm currently drawing this out before I cut this off, just because I think it'll be easier attached to this bar, so I don't have to use tongs. I need to measure and figure out where I'm at with this. It looks about 6.5 inches at this point, maybe a little longer. Let me check. Oh, no, kidding. We are, from the base, just under 7 inches. But I don't want to count that. I want to count from here. So I'm right at 6. And I still got plenty of material here to work with, and I'm currently at, about 1/8 of an inch.
Tristan Barker Van City. LOL.
Yeah, so I'm about, this right in here is about 1/8 of an inch, and you can probably see it better on the animal cam. So this is right at 1/8, and I can take it thinner than that. So this is going to grow, and I still got a pretty hefty chunk down here that I haven't really touched yet. I don't want to mess with that until I get closer to where I want to be, because likely I'll burn it again. But it's close. I really only need, I think at this point, maybe 1 inch of material drawn out, which honestly, if I started to roll this up,
Thomas Goodmoot. February
pull this-
challenge to make a tool you would find in a woodworks toolbox pre-industrial era, and no power tools are allowed. You can only use it to cut your starting stock, so lots of filing.
Oh, no power tools.
Thomas
I thought you said
Goodmoot.
Now,
And clean forging.
gotcha. Clean for, what is the clean forging? What is the clean forging? Forge to finish? No hammer marks? No power tools? Okay. Pre-industrial era. So what is considered pre-industrial era? I am curious. See, because I hear people say things like that, but they seem to forget the fact that power hammers have existed for thousands of years. Thousands, not hundreds, thousands. Not that, I get it, it's whatever. I always find it interesting that people will, you do it by hand because, the way that people did it back, blah, blah, blah. Yes, some things were done by hand. There was a lot
Tristan
of
Barker
things,
Van City.
a lot
Google
of things
says
done
it's cleaning the metal
in a
before
production
smithing.
shop and production runs. I mean, think about think about this for a second. Do you really think that the king was arming 10,000 men, with swords and shields?
Tristan Barker
And it
Van
was just
City.
some dude with
Scale off
with his
and wire
hammer
brush
and anvil.
sandblasting. I think Google is
Was not.
wrong.
The other thing is those kinds of swords look like crap.
Thomas
I don't know if you've
Goodmoot.
ever seen like an actual
My guess is
regular
just to
foot soldier
challenge us
sword,
to
like the
turn in
commoner
clean
sword.
work, but it was mostly no power.
They were crap. All the beautiful swords you saw, those were owned by nobles with basically the Elon Musks of the Middle Ages. All right, so this is close. This is, I don't even know how.
Thomas Goodmoot. I didn't come up with February challenge.
You didn't. I'm blaming you anyways. So I'm at 7-ish. It's going to grow because I'm going to round it up now. So we're at 7-ish, a little over 7. I'm being very careful at this point because it's heating up very quickly. I don't want to burn it. And I know you didn't come up with the challenge. It's just me nitpicking things that sometimes people come up with these ideas and it's like, well, you know, what does that really mean? So this is a time when I don't like using Coke for this kind of stuff because this thing just keeps coming out like a piece of spaghetti. But I'm going to start slowly rounding this up. And at this heat, you can take the corners off. It's going to be okay. Just don't try to kill it, you know? It's a small piece. And I struggle with not trying to kill it. I mean, it's a 3.5 pound hammer. So it doesn't take much. I'm actually having to hold it back quite a bit. So in this particular instance, this hammer's working against me. A smaller hammer would make more sense. I just don't have one right here. So I'm going to use what I've got, and I'll complain. Yeah, this thing, look how fast, I mean, it's just heating up crazy fast at this point. So I'm going to start back here and just start rounding it. So the better, the more consistent
Direwolf Forge.
your material
Hey
is.
Rob, shop is looking good, brother.
The more consistent your dimensions are through here, the better it's going to round up for you. It's going to kink less. It's going to behave a little bit better. All those good things. Oh, hey man, what's up? So yeah, it's what I do like about working material this small is it's challenging. You wouldn't think it is, but it is. I can already tell you, I probably should switch to a smaller hammer. Because this hammer, it just fits in the face, and if I'm off a little bit, I can see it creating marks in there. And a smaller hammer, I would not have that problem. So I'm going to go grab a smaller hammer real quick. I got one right over here. This one, I'll show it off. I really like it. It's a cute little guy. I've been wanting a smaller rounding hammer for a while. And at Quad State, I was going to make it. And I don't remember who I was going to make it with, Corbin or Andrew Larson. But Andrew came over to our camp and he said, hey, you want to make a hammer? And I was like, yeah, I've got a billet for that. And Corbin ran over and said, hey, can I strike on that hammer? And I was like, well, why don't you two just make the hammer, and then I'll take it after, and then it'll be a hammer that you guys made for me. So that's what they did. And this is the little hammer. I forget what it weighs. It's under 2 pounds. It's a little guy. To give you an example, size comparison, this is a 3.5 pound hammer. So the size comparison there, it's I'd say, I don't even know if that's 2 pounds. I think that's under 2 pounds. I should weigh it. I've got a scale in here. I just got to figure out how to plug it in. It's got some kind of USB connector I got to locate. So, yeah, I like that. And then I think for stuff like this, these smaller hammers are much nicer because you're not having to hold it back, right? A bigger hammer like that, you got to hold it back. You got to temper that thing back. Otherwise, you can overshoot what you're trying to accomplish. That's really not why I'm switching. I'm really switching because it's got a smaller face. So I'm less prone to hit over on the edges than I was with the other one. When I'm working bigger material, that's not such an issue. I could probably keep going on that, but I would prefer to keep it hot-ish. Now, it's this rolling up of the corkscrew part that I gotta remember. I might have to watch that video again. But yeah, try to get this material all down to about the same size or at least tapering out, which is what I'm going to do on the very end of this, I'm going to taper this out. And I'm just going to kind of going back over it, just planishing at this point. See how it's bouncing? It's too cold. See how it's not bouncing? I can still get some work done here. All right, so that's where we're at. I don't know how much that's grown. Let's check. So from the base, we're at 8 inches, but we're not going from the base. We're coming up about here. So we're at 7.5. I've pulled this out from 6 to 7.5 inches already, and I mean, it could technically go more. I don't think I need to. So what I'm going to do is focus on the end right now. And it doesn't take much. And I'm going to put a point on it. I don't know how sharp that needs to be for a. I don't drink wine, so I really don't know. But I suspect that's going to be good enough. I doubt anybody's actually going to use this thing to drink wine with. And I'll probably touch this up with a file anyways. And I'm just bending it. Okay, that's where we're at. Relatively straight, doesn't have to be perfect. Relatively the same thickness all the way through until it gets about here. It doesn't have to be perfect. The closer it is, so to my eye, it's thinner in here than it is up here. So I could technically take this down a little bit more. Maybe that's what I'll do. I'll do that. Just a little bit. I would rather it be thinner down there than thicker. Just from when I'm rolling it up, it'll behave a lot more nicely. So I saw it down here, so I'm going to start behind that a little bit. Doesn't take much. And I'm going to round it back up and see where I'm at. Get it hot again, round it up. At this stage, I don't want to risk working it too cold. It cools off pretty quick. So I'm going to start back in here again, just so it's a little easier to tell where I'm at. As I get towards this end, I'm really backing off the hammer. I'm just letting it drop. Well, right now, you can easily overdo something this small. This is under a 16th, I think, at this point. At least right there. That looks a lot better to me. It's a little square right in here. It's tapering a little bit. That's okay, as long as it's tapering that way. I don't want it tapering back. And it looks like it is a little bit, but I think I'm going to leave that alone. So at this point, I'm going to take another quickie break because I need to watch that video because I don't remember exactly what he did after all that. So let me check this video. It was Mark Asbury. Corkscrew. And he bent it in a weird way. It was like a bend and then another bend.
This video is based on an old design of an vertically, lay of about ½ inch, 5/8, and set a shoulder. Turn the top of the handle away from your hammer hand and forge in a second shoulder. Draw out the result to about 1/16 of an inch square or so. Dress any bending at the offside edge of the anvil, being careful to quench the handle to avoid damage. Dress the rough forging at the face of the anvil and then take the stock to round.
So he left his more open than I did. I closed mine up.
I find I need about 4.5 inches of material to get 3.5 turns in the corkscrew. Cut off anything that's in excess of that.
Wait a minute,
Once
what?
you've made your cut,
How much?
point the end of the bar.
Did you say 4.5?
Tongs, bend the material. I find I need about 4.5 inches of material to get 3.5 turns in the corkscrew.
3.5
Cut
turns.
off anything that's in excess
So,
of that. Once you've made your cut, point the end of the bar. Using a pair of scrolling tongs, bend the material.
I got way too much material.
Have the material rest on top of the handle on the same side as the second shoulder.
Okay.
Move to the offside edge of the anvil and turn the bend through 90 degrees. Finish at the bick with the corkscrew material being slightly open of
So, two things. I'm too long. Never been accused of that before. Then I have a chalk pencil. Yeah, right here. Okay, so he said 4.5 inches. I'm going to give myself 5.5, and that's still going to be plenty. So I'm going to go from here. So somewhere up in here. Double check that. That's 1, 4, 5.5. Okay. So I'm giving myself an extra inch because my name is not Mark Asbury. And then, oh, they want to bend over. Oh, I'll cut that. Right in that range. Oh, you know what? Here's something I could do. I could just mark the damn thing. So I'm doing a couple steps out of order. He had already cut his off, but I didn't really want to use tongs, and I'm hoping that doesn't haunt me later, but we'll see. I don't need this super hot to cut this. Make sure I didn't hit my hammer. All right. So now I just need to repoint this. We got a big old clinker in my fire pot. I can see it. Gotta clean that out. Okay. I just forged a needle. A needle. Huh. You didn't see it, but you can see it now. Oh, look out. Got a point on that thing. All right. So now I need to rebend this straight so I can cut it.
And I can kick this heat up a little bit for that. And really, and again, I go back to this particular operation, the induction forge would be king. I wouldn't have to worry about burning anything. I just put that corner in the induction forge in the right coil, and then I can just bend it straight and just heating up, whatever I need. So I'm going to switch back to the main cam. And I'm just trying to heat up that one spot. That's all I'm really worried about at this point, is just getting the heat right there in that spot. And that just makes cutting it off easier. I mean, technically wouldn't need to do that. I mean, where it's at, I could just cut it, but it'll be a lot easier to manage straight. Not quite there yet. That clinker's killing me, I think. See if I can break it up. Yeah, made a huge difference. Really. There's leaves, acorns, all kinds of stuff in this Coke. I got this at Steve King's Hammer in the Iron in the Hat. I ain't complaining though. Free fuel is free fuel. And I'm running low on Coke. And I've got, I don't know where the rest of my coal went. But running low on that too. Need to go get some. So I'm going to put this back in the vise. Well, I don't even need to put it in the vise, really. I just use it as a bending fork. There we go. And we'll go to this one. We'll straighten this up a little bit. Be cognizant of that thing sticking up. That can bite you. All right. That's going to be straight enough. So here's my problem. All right. Can I get around here? And I think I can just do it. So I'm going to get this hot. And I'm going to cut it. I'm going to try and keep that other end out of the fire, though. And it's not good practice to leave your hot cut in for the safety Nazis out there. I get that. I was coming right back to cut another cutting operation is the reason I left it. Plus, I'm far away from it. It would take an epic act of stupidity to have hit that with my bare hand. So that's not hot enough to really cut, I don't think, but that's definitely hot enough to mark. Line it up.
Did not mean to do that, but it happened, so there we go. So now, I have to use tongs. And I need to draw this side out to about the same length as this. That's not far. And then spread it to about the same width. So I could do like this, and I think these tongs will be capable. We'll find out.
Thomas Goodmoot. Hammer is getting ready for the quench. Wish me luck.
Is it midnight yet? You got a virgin handy? At least a chicken to swing around your head? You know, all the things that you're supposed to do. I'm going to use a straight paint on this. Here's what I don't like. So I'm keeping my hand away from the spike. Get that hot.
Brian Brazial Blacksmith. Aren't you afraid that that tapered hardy will break your anvil?
I am. Deathly afraid. Okay, so I don't know if that's going to get quite as long as I'd like to. That's okay. I had a guy, Brian, one time tell me that he actually saw that happen. It happened before his very eyes. And I was like, well, I hate to break it to you, brother. But one, whatever you were trying to cut was not hot. And two, whatever you were cutting on was not sharp. Because there's no way. Like, not happening, dude. Okay. You know, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to get it hot, and then I'm going to switch to my rounding hammer.
Brian Brazial Blacksmith. The anvil was probably already broke.
Oh! You know what I did? Yeah, the anvil was definitely probably already broke. So, I was not paying attention. I think my corkscrew is going to get a decorative twist. You see what I did wrong? Oh. It's not a big deal. I could use a little extra length in there anyways. So let me see if I can course correct. reports, it might be too late. Might be too late. I might have screwed the pooch. It's a special new breed of corkscrew. But hey, I've successfully, at this point, created one. So I know I can do it now. After the last couple of days of playing with this, I was really starting to wonder if I had any clue as to what I was doing. I have very little clue. So I'm going to try to push this all back down into a square.
Edward Braziel Blacksmith. I saw a horn break off while forging one spit, could tell by the rust in the break that it had been broken long before it came off.
Too cold. I think I can get it. I think I can do it. I think it can be done. It's got to get it hot, take it slow. I want to do it up here. Okay, now I need to go the other way. Whoopsie.
Dire Wolf Forge. You can fix it, no worries. Hey Brian and Ed.
I'll tell you though, there does come a time when you have to ask yourself, can I fix that? Or should I just start over? So, barring that little episode of
Edward Braziel Blacksmith.
stupidity.
Hey Doug. Brian Braziel Blacksmith. Hey Doug.
What I could really use for this is a cross peen. Would make things a lot easier. I'm gonna go get one. Figure out where it's at. You know what? Who am I bullshitting? You know what would make this a lot easier? A power hammer. Guess who's got 3? I'll be right back. Make sure I'm doing it in the right damn direction this time. Okay. Now I'll use a cross peen. There just wasn't a whole lot there to hit with a cross peen.
Not mine, anyways. This is not my favorite one, but it is one. This is a Zach Royer cross peen. But it'll do the job. I have two that I consider my favorite cross beans. One was made by Jonathan Pinkston, and the other, Hina Tavora, I think is how he says his last name. Tavora, I don't know. Anyways, Hina did it. He's a smith down in Brazil, and Brian may not remember this, but I actually called Brian once and said, "Hey, out of all the guys that you've taught that are making hammers, who's making like one of the best hammers right now?" And he told me Hina was, so that's who I ordered my cross peen from at the time, and that is probably one of my favorites. But I don't feel like looking for it right now. It ain't gonna be as wide, that's for damn sure. But hey, you know what? Artistic license. I really don't. Here's the thing with this, right? Like, deep down, I didn't really want to make this damn thing. Because it's outside of my wheelhouse. But I decided, you know what? That's why you should do it. But at the same time, it's frustrating because now I feel an overwhelming need to do this 100 more times to get it down and perfect it. So now, at this point, it's getting too long and too skinny to really match it up with the other side. So I'm not going to try to do that. Lengthwise, it's there. So I'm just going to clean it up. I mean, it's not terrible. It ain't beautiful. It's got some pucker in it. Artistic license, y'all. I'm gonna heat this up, close that back up a little bit. Call that side done. Well, I gotta bend the little flare out doodad. It needs to go. This one is going this way. So this one goes this way. Good enough for me. Now, let's get it back in line. Oh, that's rough. That is rough. That's what I hate about doing these kinds of things, right? Like, it's not something I would normally do. And then when I do it,
I get frustrated because I think to myself, I know I can do better than this. And then I will make a lot more of them. I will make a lot more of the thing I don't want to make because I'm trying to perfect it. And it's just it's just frustrating to me. These are not, those aren't going to grab that very well. These will. So I just need to knock this down a little bit. So I'll put that back here. And boom. Okay. Now, got to coil that thing up. So Mark showed he bends it up and then back down and then starts to twirl it up. So here goes nothing. I saw a video. Who's that dude in Taiwan or wherever he's at? And he's like an American. He's like over in the Far East somewhere. GS Tongs. I saw a video of him. He made a little jig with a handle. You put it in the thing, and then it's got a hole in it, and then he winds it up. The problem is once he wound it up, it's like, well, oh, now how do you get the damn thing back out? And that made me laugh a little bit because I've been there. I've done that a couple times, and it's like, whoa, shoot, now what do I do? So I'm not going to do that. I did not mean to bury that. That's probably hot enough to do what I need it to do, if I can get a hold of the damn thing. Well, it was hot enough to do what I needed it to do, but I could not get a hold of the damn thing. I think these flat bit tongs are going to be the best tool for that job. Now the key is not to burn the damn thing off at this point. Big old clinker in there. I'll just get that right out of there. I really should have cleaned that fire pot out a while ago. And I should have brought 2 Gatorades out instead of the 1. So the problem with that big clinker is, yeah, those tongs are hot. The problem with that big old clinker is it's essentially robbed my fire of all heat. So I'm best to get that out of there right now before I completely lose this fire. I think I got enough to get it going again, but I don't know. We'll see. I'm gonna gas it a little bit. Not that much. I got a scooper. We go find it. There it is.
lot easier to get that coke out with a scooper than that damn shovel. A lot. That really should be all. That's more than I need, but I want the fire up at the top of the pot, not below. Less chance of burning it up, scaling it up real nasty like. So there you go. That, like I said, I should have cleaned that out a long time. Well, I saw that clinker a while ago, and I should have cleaned it out then. And I did not, because stubborn, dumb. Well, when if you look in your fire pot and down in the bottom, all you see is black. Take time to clean the pot out. Just do it. You won't be doing this. I'm basically trying to start a fire from like a few pieces of coal left in there that were still hot. I think I'll be okay. Everything's still sizzling and popping. But I'm essentially having to restart this fire. So, hey. There we have it. Oh. So, at some point, it'd be nice to, I should do another video of the shop and how much it's changed since I did a video when I first set it up. When I first moved here, I kind of did some things and then I talked about what I wanted to do and blah, blah, blah. Some of that came to pass, some of it did not. But a lot in here has changed since that video, a lot. I now have 3 power hammers in here and a press. I've got 3 lathes, technically 4, one's outside. Everybody wants to buy a small, heavy-duty LeBlond lathe. It needs work, but, you know, let me know. I think it's a, oh, I forget. It's only really about that big, but it weighs like 3,000 pounds. I was going to turn it into a twisting machine, essentially, to twist big bar or a little bar. But I just don't know where I'm going to put it if I were to do that. But I've got 2 bigger lathes, and once I get my Monarch up and running, I might sell my other bigger lathe, because I won't need 2. But Sydney's been a good lathe. That's the one I've been using the most. I had a much longer, bigger lathe that I gave to my friend Paul, and it needs some work. I mean, like general turning, it'll turn, you know, it'll cut parts, no problem. But threading, we discovered there were some issues there, so it's not 100%. But hey, you know, I gave it to him. I gave it to him for all the help he gave me. So I felt like it was a fair trade.
Brian Brazial Blacksmith. I liked that shovel you were using better. Where does one get a shovel like that?
Oh, you mean this sweet thing? You got to know a crazy dude from Oklahoma named Ryan Brazil, and he may or may not gift you a sweet shovel like this. So Brian, it's kind of funny, right? I've got this shovel. There's nothing in the fire. Let me go grab those tools, forge tools. So I've got that shovel, and then the fire poker, and this spatula. Where in the hell's my rake? And here's my rake, right? So I'll show these off here in sequential order. So Brian gave me this spatula and this shovel in the same kind of thing, right? And they both have the hex ball on the end. I really like, I use this, I keep this on that forge over there. That's technically my personal everyday forge. I only use this mostly because it's easier for the streaming setup. So I got this spatula, right? And this shovel from Brian. And again, thank you very much. And I use these all the time. But then when we were in Texas, Mark Ling did this coal rake in part of his demonstration, and I bought it in the auction, and mostly because it fit the finial ends and style of these two. So I was like, hell yeah, I want that. So then for a long time, and this is kind of funny, for a long time I kept saying, I need to make a fire poker.
So I did make a fire poker. It's not as nice as your guys' work. But here's the funny part. Like, I never bothered to look at it. I just knew, you know, the blah, blah, blah. But for whatever reason, I thought in my head, oh yeah, I should flatten this. So I flattened it. I really want to remake this, but it's a functional fire poker. It just doesn't fully match the aesthetic over here. I don't know why I thought I needed to flatten it, but that's what I did. But yeah. And I want to use bigger stock next time to get a bigger ball on the end. But yeah, so that one I keep as is because they all match for the most part. You know, I mean, you know, Brian and Mark don't forge exactly the same. Maybe nobody does, but you know, they're close enough. And then I did this one. Oh, I don't remember when.
Brian Brazial Blacksmith. Nice.
Make sure I'm on the right cameras. I need to evaluate my work here and remember what I needed to do. One, I want to close this back up. Hey, I left this right in my way. I need to close this back up. There we go. Okay. It's a little wobbly on this. Hey, it's traditional. Okay, so I need to fold this over. Yeah, I need to fold it over. So we're gonna get that. I'm gonna turn this down so I don't burn it off. My fire is all the way in the back. Turn that down a little bit more as I search for appropriate pairs of tongs for this. There they are. Okay, that should be enough heat for what I want. Now he bent it over. Really? I guess I should have grabbed it there in the first place. Okay. So it's kind of square right there, so that's where I want to start my bend. So it's going to bend over and then whoop. Could be a little tighter bend. But yeah, I got into which was really funny. Yeah, this is definitely one of my turds. When I first started doing the horse heads, there was a lot of things I didn't understand. So I made a bunch of horse-headed tools for this side. Actually, Ethan Rose made this one in Texas. And I don't know if he meant to give it to me, but it was left on my forge, so I kept it. He was gone. So thank you, Ethan. I'm going to tighten this bend up a little bit. Somehow, some way, right here, I guess. Again, I'm bending, not forging. So I don't really want to hit this against stuff. It's too cold to keep bending that. But I feel safer at that than the fire now. But I went through that phase of trying to get like the horse head tools. My horse heads really sucked, but you know, I got to a point where I was like, just do them. But I've gotten better. Actually, I haven't done one in a while, but there was a time when I got better at it. I did one, I was helping somebody do one a while ago, and is this the bar? I think this might be the bar, yeah.
because we didn't have an eye punch and some other things. But after doing that, hadn't done one in a while, I was like, oh, yeah, maybe I need to get back in the forge and do some more of these. Forgetting what I'm doing. All right. I grabbed it by that damn thing again. I need to find a pair of scrolling tongs. It'd be so much easier. I have some somewhere. I do not see them. Maybe I can use these little guys. All right, got a gooder heat. Right, there we go. That's better. So over that way. And get more heat there and push it out more. And then this is the part that threw me. The first time I tried to do this, I didn't pay attention to the way he bent that. So then when I started to try to roll it up, I was like, this makes no damn sense. Like, how is this supposed to work? And then I realized you bend it over and then out in line with it, then you roll it up because then the coil is in line with the handle. Derp-a-derp. Who knew? Mark did. I did not. Okay. Now, I need to try to, I don't know if that's going to matter, but I want to try to get that a little straighter. Better. Okay, then it goes out that way. That is ugly. And again, this goes back to, you know, I don't typically work. It's excuses, but it's truth too. But it's also one of those things that makes me go, okay, I need to do more of this because I suck at this. So where'd my not scrolling tongs go? So this bends out in line. I think it needs to go down a little more. I'm just making sure that's not a crack. It is not. I would be super sad if that were a crack. I would be welding a piece of spring steel to the end of that damn thing. I did think about doing that. I have a piece of wrought iron here, and I started to draw it down and square it up, and I was going to make this the handle part, and then I was going to run a piece of coil spring through it. But then I thought, I really want to try this, because it's deceptively simple, right? Like, it's simple to do, but its execution is really, you know, there's more to it than meets the eye. How about that? So I want to get this a little straighter. That's going to be fun.
parallel to that as best I can get it. Okay, that's where I'm at. Now it's starting to wind this up. And I have no idea if this is in the correct orientation or not. So you're turning it, right? So it needs to go, yeah. So I need to start to roll this way, right? Yeah? Oh, we're gonna find out. Nobody said it had to work. Man, getting a hold of this thing is becoming problematic. I think that's half the battle of blacksmithing is how the hell do you hold the thing? Right on top of a bag of coal. Brilliant. Okay, rolled off. Sweet. So, This is becoming a little tricky, especially with the time frame of these heats. I'm probably being overly cautious with the heat, but I would rather be overly cautious than break it at this point. Oh, you know what I could do? I could do
Iron
this.
Weaver. And back in time to see you finishing up.
Yeah, man. Or majorly screwing up. You missed, I'll show you here in a minute. You missed some epic shenanigans. But it is what it is. You get what you get and you don't throw a fit. I'll show you. If I don't kill this, I'll bring it with me tomorrow. It was pretty funny. So, okay, I need some heat up here. Get that going without burning it. It's getting tricky. It's getting tricky. Getting tricky. Might be able to get into that. Okay. This is also something else I don't do a lot of. Using my horn. I don't use the horn a whole lot. Oh, my super duper needle point bent. See if I can get that out of there. I need to get it off of where it's at. Now, I'm going to have to pull that with this, I think. It bent in onto the, there we go. It bent in onto the, so when I'm trying to scroll or roll it up, it had bent inwards, so it was, if I kept rolling it, it would start rolling onto the inside of that, and I don't want that. So. I have a V-block somewhere around here. Probably be a lot easier than that. I'm gonna go find one. Put that down, not in the fire. Actually, I have one right here. John Taylor made me. It's a handy tool to have. Handy tool to have. I've got one Brian made me too. 60-degree V-swage.
I know where it's at, but it's back there, and it's a lot more than I really need for this. And I don't have a way of mounting it right now. I need to forge a hardy stem for it. Good Lord. The problem I'm having is getting into it. I might have to go get the one Brian made. That one I know I can get to, I think. Let me go grab it. Let me go grab it. Ow. Piece of rebar there. Okay. This has got a much smaller couple of swages on it. I'm not pounding on this, so it should be a little easier to get into. So Brian made this one. You guys can't really even see it, can you? Where in the hell? Oh, so you can see that one. Here, I'll show it off. Brian made this for me once. I had this block of steel, and I had jokingly had mentioned it, and then he went ahead and made it. And then I need to forge down a hardy for this, and then that way I can lock it in when I want to use it. I don't like jiggly tools, man. I just don't. I'm a baby that way. Jiggly tools, not fun. You know what else would be handy right now? Is my little bitty cross peen. I got a little ball peen hammer. Might do okay for this. Problem I'm having is getting to it. See, you're not going where you're supposed to go, Bubba. It's better. Better. I don't see how he got 3 turns on that, though. I should have left it longer, and then I could have just cut off the end next time. That's what I'll do. I'll make it longer and then just put as many coils on it as I want, and then cut it to the length that I want. Yeah, this one. We're still over here. So I need to push this out a little more. I'm gonna heat this back up. It's not access with the hammer, it's access to the swages. It's just so close, I can't really get in there. So I'm gonna bend this out a little bit more, and then heat this back up, and then keep on trucking. Keep on a trucking.
Iron Weaver. Think I was able to get 6 turns on mine.
6 turns? Jesus Christ, what kind of bottle are you opening with that thing? All right, there we go. Can I get it in there now? I went by what he said. I went back and watched, and he was like, I only need about 4.5 inches to get 3.5 turns.
Iron Weaver. All of them.
I think Mark may have forgotten how much material he actually
Brian
used.
Brazial Blacksmith. Do you want me to make the hardy stem with the slot for keying it in? Restream.io. Congratulations. You've received 100 messages today with Restream chat.
Well,
I guess that is 3.5. There's 1, 2, it's almost 3 full, so 3 3/4 maybe. That's not bad. I was congratulated. I don't know what. And then Brian said something I didn't quite hear. Do you want me to make the hardy stem with the slot for keying it in? Well, Brian, I tell you, I don't mind doing it. It's like, anything else. I just slap it up on something and use it, and it works. So it hasn't been a huge priority. But yeah, I mean, do I want you to? It's not that I don't want you to. I would appreciate it, but that's something I can do. I actually considered taking what do they call it? What are Andrew and Mark calling those? The universal stem, and turning it down a little bit more to fit this hole, and then just drilling the pin for here. I know it's not as sexy as a forged one, but I have a couple of tools that already use those, so it would be handy in terms of that to be able to just use the same stem. I haven't decided one way or the other.
Brian Braziel Blacksmith. I want to see that next Wednesday.
You want to see it next Wednesday? There won't be a stream next Wednesday because we're heading to John Perillou's on Wednesday. But I also, instead of just doing the universal hardy stem or whatever, I really kind of like the idea of putting a hardy in here and peening it down and having a little fuller up here. I think would be pretty sweet too. So then you'd have like a little fuller that you could use while you were using it. So when it's in the correct orientation up here, drop in, put the key in, and then there would be a little fuller up here as well. Maybe make it like a smaller 1-inch fuller. I think that would be kind of sexy. In fact, the more I think about it, the more I kind of want to do it that way. But I do like, in terms of like being able to pack it up, pulling on the stems, it's really handy. So it's kind of, but I think for that, I don't like taking that places. There's just too many morons out there. And here you are. Got this one little guy right here. Okay. So I'm already seeing an issue that I need to address, right? I've pulled this around
Brian
so much.
Braziel Blacksmith. I don't want to hear no flim-flamsy excuses.
So I jerked this around enough times so that I could get to this damn thing, but now the coil is not in line with where it needs to be. So I need to get this back around where it's supposed to be. So live and learn, but I think that'll be easy enough. The first thing I need to do is raise this up so I can move this over. All, mind you, without burning my damn screw off again. You know what? I'm really bummed that I did not bring that second Gatorade out here. Let me check the table. Maybe I did. I did not. I'm thirsty. Yeah, how long has it been since I've had that thing? 5 years? Hey, get off. Okay. So I need to bend this back up. A little bit more. That's clear. And then it needs to come over. Could really use a good heat for that.
But man, it's just scaring me.
Brian Brazial Blacksmith.
It's making me nervous.
Winky face.
I'm gonna do some dumb. Okay, we're getting closer. It just needs to come back around. And I think my best option for that is a little heat, a lot of heat, and some scrolling tongs. Where in the hell did I put them? Paul, where's the damn scrolling tongs? That's the funny thing. Paul tends to know where everything in my shop is better than me. It's kind of hilarious. It is, but it isn't. This really needs to go. Man, scrolling tongs are really the best option here. Let me go. I'm just going to walk around until I find the damn things.
Iron Weaver. You moved them since last time, but they were over by the induction.
I'll take this over there and look. They're not the ones I wanted, but they're the ones I've got, so they're the ones I'm using. What the hell? This needs to roll over. I'm not really sure. I should have taken more care on those bends. It's I'm paying the price now. So this needs to go. Yeah, that ain't hot enough at all.
Iron Weaver. And you may want to change cams. You're on Anvil Cam.
Yeah, I know. I was going to come back over here, but that needs to come down. Okay. Everything I'm doing right now, the induction forge would make this so much easier. But
none of the streaming stuff is set up for that. So here we are. Stuck with this antiquated technology that I love so much. Coal. Actually, this is Coke, but you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. Oh, come on now. Get in the fire. This also, when I don't like Coke, I didn't think about that until later. When you're working small stuff with Coke, it can be a pain in the ass. Whereas, you know, green coal, you can build the cave, you know, be a cave dweller for a little while. But you can't really pull that off in Coke. Man. It's not as readily available for that kind of process. Okay. Okay. Better. It's not great. But I'll show you where I'm at. Now I need to straighten this all up. This is kind of okay. But that are ugly. The hell am I? I'm just trying to true that up a little bit. I can't hit it in here anymore. And then, heat right there. Well, that might be all right. Uh-oh, midnight. Red alert, red alert. I thought I had a chisel over here. Let me go get it, get this out of the fire. And then I'll be done, I think. Find that chisel. That alarm clock is very angry. There it is. I knew I had it over here. Not the prettiest thing I've ever made. Not the ugliest. Definitely way out of my wheelhouse. And as irritating as it is, I suspect I'm going to have to make a few more of these because this is going to piss me off. That I didn't make a decent one, and I want it to be decent. You know, if I could hold the damn thing, that would be great. That's resisting me a bit, so I'm going to get it hot. And then try to get that spaced out a little bit better. Not more, but better. It's traditional. It's supposed to look rough, right? There's one at the very back that's like, it's a short bus contender. Hey, man.
Iron Weaver. Looks good enough for their trade item.
It is what it is. I feel like it won't be the worst one. If as long as it's not the worst one, I feel like I'm doing okay. It definitely ain't going to be the best one. Gary's looked pretty good. It's way off center. That's my biggest problem with it. And it leans. I got to fix that. But anyways, I'm gonna just get this a little hot and try to straighten it up a little bit. And then I'm gonna call that good. And then any cleanup work I'll do sometime tomorrow. I don't want to really go wailing on this. So I'm going to come over here where I got a piece of wood and a wooden mallet. And I lost all the heat in that. That's because, you know, of course it did. So I don't need it super hot. I'm just trying to ease things back to where they're supposed to be. Outside of the fact that it's not in a spot that it really is supposed to be. But I think that's all the heat I really need for it. Well, it's not. It's definitely not in line. Which camera am I on? But damn it, I completed this one without burning it off. I would close that up, but I noticed that Mark's wasn't closed up. So I'm not going to bother with that because it's going to push it further out. And I don't think that's going to help it any. I would have preferred this bend had been closer to the center here so that it would have kept the corkscrew part of it more in line with the center instead of being offset like it is. I wish I had not done this, Paul. So when I forged this down, I forged it down this way. and then I had to fix it and then go this way. So this is why it's long and skinny the way it is. It looked great until I did that. And then I realized I had done everything in the wrong orientation. But yeah, this piece I wish was closed up more. I'm not going to do that now because, like I said, it's going to push this out further than I want it to be. But the corkscrewy part of it will corkscrew, kind of.
Jeff Killian. Looks great, wonder if the top should point down.
You know, I had thought the
Jeff
same
Killian.
thing. The tips?
Tip.
No, they don't. They ride in line, so as you start to push down and go, it starts to curve and dig its way in. I always thought they were supposed to be kind of pointed out too, but all the ones I've seen, they didn't do that, except for like the commercial versions. I think they do point down, but yeah, there's a lot here that I do not like, and then there's a lot here that I think is fine. I'm gonna heat it up because this thing's been through some shit. So I'm just gonna let it heat up and then let it cool off in the forge. Well, I'm not, because I'm gonna clean this fire pot out, but I'm at least gonna heat it up and let it cool down, relieve some of the stress. Kick up the fire a bit. Yeah, the ones I've seen, like Mark's, his tip didn't point down, and a couple of others I've watched didn't point down. That was the part that kind of confused me. I was like, isn't it supposed to point down? But they didn't. Now you could probably angle it down a little bit more so you get an initial bite into it. I don't think anybody's using the damn thing. I wouldn't use it. All right. That's really all the more heat and I'm going to put into that. I'll let that cool off over here. It'll be cold in like 3 minutes. Actually, I just put it in the shovel over here. And speaking of shovels, I'm going to shut this all down real quick because I am kind of done. It is midnight. Went longer than I really planned to. It's 4 hours. But as far as I know, 4 hours without any major hitches in terms of the stream, which is good to know. That means this setup is working. I'll back the camera up real quick, let you guys see what's going on over here. I don't know how much I can back it up, to be honest. We'll see. I'm gonna reach the back up button. Back up. That's as far as I can back up. So there we go. So the blue thing, can I turn this? Yeah. So this blue thing here is a cabinet designed to hold a PC or a computer in it. So I've got a computer down here, down below. It's got the shelf, which I really should keep covered because it's covered in dust now. I'll hit it with the air compressor after I shut this off so you don't have to hear the air kick on again, should it do that. But it's got this tray. We'll pull out where I can put my keyboard, my mouse, the stream, the camera switcher.
Iron Weaver. Switch cams.
Oh yeah, I thought I did. But so it's got the switcher here, up here. I've got my mixing station up here, so if I need to adjust audio, I can just open this up and get to it. This will open up pretty easily and allow me to get in here and make adjustments if I need to. But this keeps this closed and away from the elements. I'm going to work on, I think the switcher is enclosed enough that it would be okay, but I'd really like to get external buttons. I just got to figure it out, a way to do that. It would be nice to have like external buttons over here so I could just hit a button out here. But hey, baby steps. One of the benefits to this cabinet is it keeps all of the gear protected from the elements for the most part. And I can roll it around, and when I'm not needing it or doing anything with it, I can just kind of roll it into the back of the shop and get it out of the way, which is really handy. So yeah, like this will slide up in here. I don't want to push it all the way, no. And maybe that's what I do is I just kind of make I could make a cover that goes over this that I can just, you know, lift up to do things, and it would help protect this stuff. Because until I get a hood in here, this forge, or any of these forges, man, they kick up one hell of a dust storm. I was about to say, it's acting like there's no clinker in there, and I know better. Push that off to the side. This is, I pulled out a forbidden donut earlier, but this time it did not consolidate as much smaller stuff. It wasn't running as long after I cleaned it out. Woo. Got a big inhale of the gas that's coming off of the Coke. Woo. So anyways, yeah, that's the streaming station. I have another camera. I brought it out. I was going to set it up, but then I was having problems with the cameras. It's funny, both of them were doing it, but they were showing camera details that I really didn't want shown. I think I got rid of the gray, yeah, finally got rid of the gray box on the main cam, and then when I switched to this, there's nothing on this one. Well, actually, there's these two little, how long have those always been there, or did that just pop up, the little square? There was a lot more crap on there before. So, once I get that sorted out, it's going to require reading instructions. Once I get that sorted out, though, I'll have 3 cameras to switch through. I used to use 3, and apparently I clicked on a button somewhere along the lines on both cameras.
Iron Weaver. That just popped up.
It's weird how, now it's gone. These cameras are fucking with me. It's gone, right? I don't see it. It's gone. Yeah, it's gone. What the shit? I don't know. So anyways, the other camera, I need to go through it and get rid of the details that it was showing. Because it was like all the camera settings and stuff on the display, and nobody wants to see that crap. So I need to button that up on that camera. Then I'll have 2 cameras, because I'd like to have 2 anvil cams. Or if I'm going to use the power hammer much, I would like to set one up on a power hammer so that you can see the power hammer. I'll be honest, most power hammer work, I think, would be better done as an edited video versus a stream. And I would like to do some. I'm not going to be one of those blacksmith YouTube channels where I'm like, I got these power hammers, but I'm not going to use it. No, fuck that. That's dumb. If you got the tool, use it. There's not enough power hammer content out there of people showing usage of a power hammer, and I'm not a professional by any stretch of the imagination, but I know a guy, I know a couple of guys that can get it done on a power hammer. And, you know, I've learned some things from both of those guys, and I could learn a lot more things from both of those guys. One of those guys he's only an hour away. The other one, he's 11 hours. But I am starting to find some content out there. There's a guy, his name is, I feel like I'm about to screw this one up. Matthew Harris, I think it was. Let me YouTube it real quick. YouTubies. Okay, not you boobies. That's a different. I'll watch that later. I think it's Matthew Harris, and he's a architectural smith. I think in Maryland somewhere. Yeah, Matthew Harris Studio on YouTube. He's got some power hammer content, and I suspect as long as he keeps the channel going, you'll start to see more. There's one video, I haven't watched it yet. There's one called Effective Power Hammer Tooling. This one just looks like a kiss block, at least in the opening scene. But he's got some other stuff with power hammers and other power tools. And he does some really cool architectural work. I actually found his channel looking up Samuel Yellen work, and he does a walkthrough in, I think in an area in Philadelphia where he's going through and showing a lot of the Samuel Yellen stuff. Paul was here one night and we were watching it, and I was showing him some of the stuff, and it's pretty cool to see. I'd love to get out to, I've been to Philly. I'm not a fan, I'm sorry. Just not a fan of Philly, but I'd love to go there again just to see the ironwork. I don't know why. There was something very off-putting about the people in Philadelphia for me, which I usually doesn't bother me, but I don't know what it was. They were like people from Chicago, but whiny. If that makes any sense. That's what it felt like to me. It's like you seem like a whiny person, but you're...
Shannon O'Connor.
It's weird.
LOL, did you see Philly after the Eagle won?
I did not. I didn't see... I was expecting people to climb street lights and riot, though, but I mean, that tends to happen in a lot of places.
Shannon O'Connor. Asterisk Eagles.
Yeah, I did not, but I suspect shenanigans were afoot. I mean, it's whatever. I get it. You know, you're excited your team won. I don't understand some of the other stuff that goes on behind it, but hey, you know, who am I to discourage you from burning cars and climbing streetlights if that's what they did? But the ironwork in downtown Philadelphia is probably some of the...
Shannon O'Connor. They trashed it. Like horses and tipped lamps.
Yeah, I don't doubt that one bit. But if you ever go to Philadelphia, go downtown and look at the ironwork. There's a lot of it. It's beautiful stuff. Samuel Yellen work. It's not all Samuel Yellen. There's some other stuff down there too. Great work. But that guy, Matthew Harris Studios, check him out on YouTube. He does a couple of cool walkthroughs. I mean, really, a video doesn't do any of that stuff justice, but his video does a pretty good job. You know, he gets up close to a lot of it and really kind of shows it off. There was a couple of things in there I was like, wow, that's pretty cool. We have a Samuel Yellen piece here in about 15 minutes from my place, 20 minutes. In a town called Muncie, Indiana, and there's a gate, a Samuel Yellen gate, and we went and checked it out a few weeks back, and it's really cool. Well, but it was also very eye-opening. Like when you really get up close and you can start examining that stuff up close, you start to see things where it's like you can see one. You know, they're skilled smiths. That's bar none. You know, there's no doubt about it. But the other thing you can see is like there were shortcuts taken, I would imagine from a production standpoint, to get it done, where they didn't care, like on some forge welds, they just, you know, they were forge welded, they were fine, but they weren't going to be overly exposed to be seen. So you could tell they didn't put a lot of effort on them. They just kind of stuck the pieces together and put it where it needed to go and moved on. And I think as a person that's starting to get into, I'm not a decorative iron worker, but I'm starting to get more interest in it. So as a person that's getting more interested in that, I'm starting to appreciate that more. Now, I've already had some of that in me. Paul and I have made 2 signs now. We've got one of the signs is out in front of my property, and that was the first one we did. And the motto I had for that when we were working on it was, remember, it's on the road. You know, people are passing it. It just needs to pass the 15-mile-an-hour test. When they drive by at 15 miles an hour and they look at it, does it look like shit? No? Okay, we're good to go. Now, if you, and to be honest, a layman, a person that's not familiar with the forge work, if they were to get out and examine that sign, they'd probably still think it's pretty damn good. Now, a blacksmith would go and look at it and go, I see what they did here. We took some liberties. The second sign that we made, and if Brian is still around, might like this, is a sign we made for our campsite at Quad State. And again, I didn't want to put too much emphasis on certain things, but there were other things that we were doing that I was like, no, this is going to be something that people were going to be walking up and looking at, so we need to take our time with certain things. But then we didn't. There were aspects of it, time crunches. we took some creative license and did some things. And what's really funny is like we did some things that we weren't sure were going to work, and they worked. And I think we were both pretty baffled by that. Like, damn, that actually worked. Not only did it work well. And it's one of those things where it's like, we could refine this even more going forward and make it even better. But, that's next year's project, or maybe it's this year's project. I don't know. I 3D printed the letters for our sign with magnets on it. I'd really like to forge those letters at some point.
Shannon O'Connor. I took a class with Fred Christ. He was the head of the forging department at Samuel Yellen's workshop. He sometimes teaches at the Virginia Institute of Blacksmithing.
Yeah, I don't know if I know who Fred is. I don't know if I've actually met him. I feel like I met him at the Urbana Iron to Art Festival like 4 years ago, but I'm not 100% certain. And it was like super brief, like we were both standing in a certain area talking about something, and I just looked down at the name tag, and I think that's who, fuzzy, I think that's who it was, but I don't remember. But after he walked away, I remember thinking to myself, hey, I know that name, and then I looked him up, and then, yeah. And there's a couple guys that I've met like that. Then there's a couple of guys that I've met that it was like, oh, I know exactly who this dude is, because I've seen him on TV before. Peter Ross was one of those guys. I've seen him on the Woodwright's shop thing on PBS a couple of times.
Shannon O'Connor. I think that would track.
But what's really funny, my only Peter Ross story is we were at the Iron to Art Festival, and that was in Johnstown, and him and Bob Valentine, I think who it was, they were forging out a post vise. And so I got 2 stories. One day they were trying to do this forge weld, and they must have tried this forge weld, God, at least 8 times. Could not get the weld to stick. And I remember thinking to myself, I wonder if they've cleaned that fire out. And I kept thinking, well, surely they've cleaned the fire out. I mean, it's Peter Ross and Bob Valentine. Turns out, no, they did not clean their fire out. They cleaned that fire out. Forge weld stuck the first time. Now, fast forward another day. One of the days, I forget what day it was. I feel like it was Sunday. It rained. Like, it started raining that night and then rained all day. And then when I walked out to where their tent was, they were standing in probably 1.5 feet of water in their area, because it was just this like little slope. And it was just Peter in there, and he was like taking buckets of water and just, you know, chucking it out of the area. And I looked at him, and he looked up, and I was like, so are we going to need a life vest for today's demo, Peter? And he just kind of shot me this eat shit and die like stare, and then he laughed. So I'd always heard he didn't have like the greatest sense of humor, but he found humor in that particular instance apparently. Like for a second, I think he was a little offended, but then when he thought about it, I think he saw the humor in it. So it was kind of funny. That was a fun festival. It was like, I don't know. To me, the Quad State is the pinnacle of those types of things. And it was like a miniature Quad State, but it was a fun experience, and I'm glad I got to go. When we went to the Urbana conference last year, I still had fun, but I felt like we weren't wanted there. You know, like the people, it just felt off. Like something was off, and the environment itself wasn't as fun as the Iron to Art Festival was.
Shannon O'Connor. Nice. Sounds like a great time.
Yeah. So the whole Urbana conference, the 2024 Urbana conference, to me, it was a letdown.
Shannon
I still had fun
O'Connor.
with my group.
Really?
But the conference as a whole.
Shannon O'Connor.
Was
also
just
sorry,
really,
lag.
Yeah, it's just the nature of the internet and streaming. The whole conference though, they had the forging competition like in a completely different area. Like it was like a 6-block hike to this other completely different area. They would shut things down, like everything would get shut down at like a certain time, and then like it was like, wow, really? Okay. We were given, I think we were given permission to use the teaching area after 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock, whatever it was. And we put on our own impromptu forging competition. Jennifer Petrillo put that on, and we did that. And that was fun. And then my group, in our campsite, there was probably 12 of us, I think, or somewhere in there. We forged into the wee hours of night. And my favorite story about that particular conference is I was striking for somebody. I think it was Corbin. Corbin's at the time was 16, and we were doing a hammer, and I was striking for him. And I could hear somebody yelling, but it wasn't clicking. So I was just going and going, and then finally I heard, "Hey you, with the fucking hammer, we're trying to sleep over here." And without thinking about it, not really, you know, I just fired right back, "Hey, you shut the fuck up, I'm forging over here." And that apparently did not go over well. We got told on. But I always thought that was funny, and it didn't stop us from having our fun. But I always go back to, why would you go to a blacksmithing event and be offended by people that are blacksmithing, no matter what time it is? P.S. The campground, right? Less than 600 feet away was multiple train tracks where multiple
Brian
trains
Braziel
all
Blacksmith.
night long were
SBA
going
conference
up
in
and down
Madison,
the
Georgia
tracks.
is a good one too.
Yeah, I've heard. Yeah, so these trains are running 600 feet away all night long, brakes screaming. Oh my God, it was crazy. And I'm like, me with a 15-pound sledgehammer hitting hot steel is bothering you more than that fucking train? How is that even remotely possible? But apparently it was. I mean, when I say train, it was like every 15 to 20 minutes, train. It was crazy. In fact, that was one of my big stipulations when we went, because when we went to the Iron Art Festival, I looked up and I saw those train tracks, and I saw that they were live train tracks, and I was like, oh hell no, I ain't camping there. So I got a room, and it was the best decision I've ever made in a long time. And then the conference, when we went back up, people tried to get me to go camping, and I was like, ain't no way, man, I'm getting a room.
So I think 2 or 3 of us had rooms because we were like, no way, ain't doing it. But yeah, it's not that it wasn't a good conference and it wasn't fun. It just felt, you know, when somebody's leaving their job and that last week they just really don't do shit. That's kind of what it felt like. Like whomever was supposed to run it, I think they felt like that this was the last one they were going to do, and you know, moving on. I'm really hoping the next one will be better. If the next one's not better, I will probably never go to another Urbana conference, because that to me is just
Iron Weaver.
Why?
It seemed like they missed the mark.
Yeah, it seemed like they missed the mark in a big way. Quad State, on the other hand, has been awesome. They have made a couple of changes to Quad State that I am not necessarily a fan of, but I kind of get it. But at the same time, I'm like, why are you listening to those crybabies? There's a lot of people that are crying about the Sunday thing, and then I guess technically Quad State's over on the end of Saturday night, and then Sunday it's just kind of wrap up, get the fuck out kind of a deal. But that is what it is. I mean, it's fine. I get it. And then some of the stuff otherwise, but we still have a great time at Quad State. We usually roll in on a Wednesday, sometimes Tuesday. I think we went out Tuesday this year or last year. But we make it's an event for us, you know. And we welcome people to our camp, but I will say our group will have new rules coming into this next Quad State, because I feel like not only just me, there's a lot of people in our camp felt this way, that like folks were taking advantage of everything that we had. I mean, food, drink, forges, they treated stuff like shit. So I was like, you know what? We're going to have our spot where we do things. I'll set up a station for people that want to just do stuff, but that's the open station. Not anymore will I allow anybody to use my station without my consent. Those days are gone. When it comes to food, if you're not one of us and we didn't give you like a pass or something to come eat with us, no. Because what had happened is, it happened a couple times where like people started eating breakfast and then the people in our camp didn't get their breakfast because some rando came through and ate it. We had a couple of people that decided that they were going to move into our camp with us, and nobody really said anything. And I think this time things are going to be said. It's just be like, hey man, it's cool that you come hang out, but this is our campsite. I would prefer you not camp in our campsite. We don't even know who the fuck you are. You know, like, I mean, we had a dude, and he seemed like a nice enough guy, but like when he came in, he just kind of clung to our group, and we couldn't shake him with a stick, man. We couldn't get rid of that guy. Nice enough dude, but at the same time, everybody's like, who is this guy? You know, and we didn't provision for that, you know, this random person. And we had at least 3 of those completely randos that just kind of
Shannon O'Connor.
Barged in and
tell him to
hung
kick
out.
sand.
Yeah, that'll definitely be the thing. I don't think it was a huge deal for us this time around because we were hit with that goddamn hurricane in Ohio. So like there were a couple of days where like, you know, we couldn't actually do anything except sit in our tents or hold the tents down so they didn't fly off. But I think as long as the weather isn't like that, I hope it won't be. As long as the weather's not like that this time, yeah, people are gonna get kicked to the curb. Be like, yo, man, hey, we're good with you doing things over here. Food section is going to be back here. You are not invited. Or maybe we even do like a potluck type thing where like, oh, if you want to eat here with us, you need to go to the store. It's 10 minutes away. Go pick something up and bring it back, you know, and then we'll join it up. But outside of that, yeah, no. We had one night where it was like bring your own steak night, and then one dude was like, oh, I don't have a steak and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, what? Really? Like, we're just gonna give you a steak. Like, just like give you the steak. Okay, no, not happening. No. In fact, I think a couple of us intentionally like ate our steaks in front of that guy. Yeah, we can be dicks. So anyways, it is now 12:30. I'm gonna put an end to this. I've rambled on. You guys have hung out. I appreciate it. I'm honestly baffled that this is showing that there are 10 people watching this. 9 people on YouTube, 1 person on Twitch. I don't know who that would be. It might be a bot on Twitch, though. So I appreciate it. The more this goes on, I was thinking about doing it next week, but I think we're going to
Shannon
leave on
O'Connor.
Wednesday.
Have a good
So
night.
I probably won't do the live stream next Wednesday simply because we're going to be on the road. So I might pivot and do it on Tuesday night. We'll see. Tuesdays are a little hard for me sometimes.
Iron Weaver. See you tomorrow. Have a great night.
The week after that, as long as it doesn't get cold again, if it stays above 40, I'll do it. But once it drops below 30, I'm like, But I want to try to keep this going more regularly than I have been. So we'll see how it goes. And I think this is going to help quite a bit. Yeah. So that's going to help quite a bit. And then we'll see where we go. Hell, maybe we live stream from the road. That'll be fun. But we're headed to Louisiana next week. And we'll be doing some stuff down in John Perillou's shop. And then I think we're going to swing over to the Banging on the Bayou over in Lafayette and hang out there for maybe a day or at least half a day. And then probably head back to John's and do some more fun stuff at John's with whomever manages to make it. Would be cool to see Jot and Derek. Might have to message old Palmer and see if he comes out. I don't want to hear him complain that we didn't invite him. I couldn't tell if he was serious or not last time he complained, but just to make sure, I don't want to leave Palmer out. There's a good crowd down south, so those dudes are always fun to hang out with. Andrew Larson can't make it. That's cool. He's a busy guy. Andrew Larson can't make it, and Mark Ling, I think, is supposed to be at Banging at the Bayou, so we might abscond with him and take him to John's when we leave. We'll see. And then we'll go from there. Anyways, like I said, thanks for hanging out. I'm going to put an end to this. My fire is out. I got my piece. Is it still hot? Oh, yeah, no, that's cold. I got my piece mostly done. Need some cleanup work. It definitely looks like something from a settlers group. It is not pretty, but hey, you know what? Like I said, this is not in my wheelhouse. This is not something I typically do. And I made a couple attempts at it and failed. Oh, you know what I did? I might need to heat this back up and bend these out the other way because it should go this way. Is that how those... Well, in my mind, that's how that's supposed to work, right? Those are out, so that gives you the little push points. And it's, yeah, okay. Hey, I did that right, I think. I don't know. Anyway, corkscrew. All right. I don't know how you can see that, but so it's not pretty by any stretch. But hey, I did the thing. Again, not my wheelhouse, but hey, you never get better if you.
Edward
stay in your own
Braziel
box.
Blacksmith.
Damn,
Good to see ya, Rob.
Well, thanks for hanging out, guys. I hope to see y'all soon. I'll try to give you a call tomorrow. We'll talk then. In the meantime, everybody be safe, and we'll see you.